Hello guys, and welcome back to our Next.js crash course, Next.js authentication with the reset password. First of all, Happy New Year 2025. Alright, building authentication and admin features in Next.js. What you will learn: implementing secure authentication using Next.js, adding a reset password feature for users, creating admin panel to manage users, post, project, all of that effectively. Enhance app security with the robust authentication, improve user experience with password recovery, empower admins with the management tools. Right, so don't forget to hit the subscribe button and enable the notification. Let's take a look for what you are going to build. Right, so in our previous video, we integrated the MongoDB and created all of this one, so the application. So in case you don't have the the startup project, so here we have a project here from GitHub repository. You can download or clone the project, and then you will catch up with us. Right. So in this project, so we created the design, all of this, but and then we also implemented the MongoDB database. So today we are going to focus on implementing authentication and with the password, the reset, and the admin panel of that. So I want to demonstrate to you. I want to show you some demonstration. So first of all, if you click on getting started, this will take you to a login. You can see the URL here. Auth and action is equal to login. So I can actually log in with my password. I have an email here. Type a password, and I'll be able to log in. And this will take me to the dashboard. We have a layout dashboard layout. So the rest of the component you will implement this later. But we have powerful tools here, components. We have posts, visitors. So we just have a full layout, so which is very important for you to implement, and the rest of the components are easy for you to work on it, which you can change the theme layout. So this is a material UI dashboard layout. And then we also have the logout here. So if you click logout, this will actually log you out. And then now we see, you can try. I want to show you again that now we have a simple and clean design for the login. So if you try to go to sign up, now we see also we have a clean design for the sign up. You can actually create a new account. I want to copy this email, create a new account, and then if I can uncheck this one. I can uncheck terms and the conditions. So if I try to sign up, I must agree to the terms. So if I agree and then sign up, so this will redirect me back to login, where now I can put in my email and then also the password. All right, so since I have my email here, I can just press the email and then put again the password. So this will take me to the dashboard. So here is the dashboard. So from the dashboard, you can also navigate back to the home page. So now we can see here, since we have a session included already, so that's why we can now see here as a dashboard. So if I click back, go to dashboard, and then I want to log out again. So now we can test we want now to test the reset password. So you go to reset password or forgot password, and I put the email. I want to tell you that in these features, in this episode, we are using Mailtrap to test our email, sending and the receiving email, all of that. All right, so we want to get the link to reset the password. So we want to wait for the email here with the token so that you can reset the password here. All right, the email is there. So if I click now, you can see now we receive the email, and we can now try to open that link. So now take a look again the URL. So you can see now auth and then action is equal to reset password with the token we have here. So now you can now set the new password. And re-enter the password. So let's go again. All right, the password was reset. It was reset successfully, and then now they redirect us back to the login. So from the login, you can now enter the new password there. And this will take us back to the dashboard. Congratulations, guys. So this is what we are going to build. We are going to build this step by step. So I want to show you another thing that from here, for example, if you don't have now the session here, if you don't have the session, you can now see that since you logged out, there's no session. So now they're asking you to get started. So there's no dashboard again there. So this is very simple. We're going to build step by step. All right, guys. So to get started, so I have my project here, portfolio. So I can open this up with the VS Code. Open up with the VS Code. All right. So actually, I supposed to navigate to the app and then open it to the VS Code. All right, so the app is here. So we need to install some dependencies. Some dependencies. So I have a command here. So first of all, make sure that you can delete your package, your package log.json. So if you see that one here on the side, I don't have mine because I deleted it before. So you can try to delete that so that you can speed up with the installation of the some of the dependencies. Or if you want, you can install one by one. So this one can save you time. So I'm just going to copy this one. It's a long command. So copy and then go to open our terminal, control plus J or command plus J to open the terminal. And then I'm going to paste this one here. If I zoom it a little bit, see what we need to install here. So we need to install some packages, a couple of packages. We need to install the emotion cache, emotion react, emotion style, material UI, material UI icons, and then material UI, toolpath go, and then Axios, and then Bitcrypt, JS, and then JSON web token, and also NextAuth, and node mailer, and the React icons. So since I can just try to install this. Press enter, and then I will show you an error. So and then I'll also show you how you can fix that error if you want to install these packages. All right, so here is the error. You see that some packages they don't support the current version of React. So to do that, you can actually try to just tell an npm to install packages without verifying the legacy. Install the packages without following the current version. So we can do the same command, npm install, and then we can tell the npm to just do legacy this one you see here. So this command can force the npm to install instead of following the conflict, all of that. So npm install legacy pure, and then dips, and then dev dips. So just press enter. This will install now all the packages without following the current version or the conflict, all of that. All right, so this is going to take a while. I'll see you once the installation has completed successfully. All right, so the installation was completed successfully. Now we need to start our application. First of all, we need to start our application. We can do npm run dev. So this to start our application. Okay, so the port 3000 is in use. So now we'll use 3001. Okay, waiting for the application to start, to get ready. So instead, in case you find your application stuck on starting, so you can go ahead and delete this folder. If you fail to delete it, so you must close the VS Code, any window open for VS Code, and then you go back to your project and then delete this folder dot next. So this will delete the builder, and then you start now, restart now your application. All right, so port 3000 is in use, so we want to, that's why you're using port 3001. So if you go now back to your browser, you can try to open this one, the VS Code. So port 3000 is actually our application, the original application, and then our current application is in 3001. All right, so just give it a second to get ready, and then we will be good to go. All right, so this is our application. In our previous video, this is what we built the last time, in our previous video. So we need to complete everything, so that application can look like this one. Okay, a couple of things we need to do. First of all, I want to show you what we need to start with first. We need to build, first of all, the login. So we have the login, the sign up, the another reset password, all of this one. So we need to build first of all this one. So what I can do first of all, I can go to our application here. We need to look to find where is our login. So our login is in here in Auth, and then the page is here, login. All right, so this is what we created last time. It's what we had last time, but you can see that everything is actually in this one here, in this template here. So we can try to separate things, so to make our template a bit clean. All right, so to separate things, first of all, you need to get the form inputs. We can move the form inputs. Since we want to reuse them, you can remove them to a different component. All these form inputs here, the buttons, the checkout, all of this one. So we need to create a new folder, a new file where we can store this one, so we can now reuse. We store all this, the inputs, field inputs, the buttons, checkout, all of this, so that now we can reuse them, because we want to use the TypeScript. We want to use the TypeScript so that we can now use one. All right, let's go to our component. It's the component, so I need to create a new file here called form component. Form component dot tsx, since we are using TypeScript. Right, so for form component, for form component, we need to, so I have just some code here I pasted, so I don't want to type everything, can just explain to you. So just this component is going to be a client user, use client, and then import a React. So and then we create now our interface, our form interface. So for the interface, we have ID, and then label, and then also a TypeScript and value and on change, placeholder, error, and then also we have disable. All right, so this is for the interface, for the our input, which we are going to use. So all inputs, if we go back to our HTML, our login, our HTML we see here, you can see that, let's just take an example of this one. This input, so this is the things we have. So we have ID, label, type, and then value on change, all of that one. This is for input type, which is equal to email. If we go to another type, which is equal to, for example, to a checkbox, you see we have this, we still have the same thing. So that's why we are just create this interface here, since we are using TypeScript. So that's why we need all of this one. So for now, for input, so we will take now all of this. We will take now all of these props. We will take ID, label, type, value on change. On change now, this is this function. This function. So this one change here, and then error, placeholder, placeholder, and then error, and then disable. All right, and then next, now we can now define now our input. So the our function, this function now will just return this HTML here. So we'll return our HTML, which just return the div, and then the padding bottom. We add that little bit of padding bottom, margin bottom. I can show you a bit margin bottom, which we don't have margin here. So I'm going to show you how we're going to reuse this one. So we don't want, I don't want it to type everything. That's why I want to just paste the, I want to just to paste the HTML here so I can explain to you the content here. Okay, so margin bottom to 3 here, and then we have we pass the label ID we get from the ID prop. This one, we pass to here, HTML4. We pass the ID, and then the class, we just pass the class, and the label, we take now this label, we pass here dynamically, and then also for the input, you pass the type. So this is the type you get from here, and value, we pass now the value we get from here, and the placeholder the same, and then also the disable area, the script by, and then we pass, if we have error, we pass error. If you have error, so we take the error ID, we show error, else just undefined is nothing. And then the class name. So for class name also, we pass, we have a class name, we show the class name, the text, all of that. The class, the styling for the input. But if we got error, if we got error here, so the border is equal to red, so we show the border equal to red. That's why if you take, for example, here you're trying to submit, we're supposed to see some errors for some input. We haven't worked on that properly, so we can fix that later. This is if you have error, and then the next we can also show a paragraph at the bottom to just show that error. This is it for the input. So now you can see for the type, if it's email, Where is the type again? This is the type. So if it's email or text, we're still going to use the same input. So we don't have to keep repeating the ourselves here. For example, if you see here, we're creating different type of inputs. Get create input type email here, input type a password, type text, all of that one. So that we don't need to do that. We just create one input and we reuse it all over our application. So that's it for the input, and then we just pass the text. For error, we show error if you have error. If we got error, we show error down here. Next, now we create another interface for the checkbox props. This one was for input, and then this one is for the checkbox. So checkbox is checked is equal to boolean, and then on change, which we just on change we call event, and then event, and then we take our react.change event. So we pass our HTML element, and then it doesn't return anything. And label, we pass our label, and label is equal to React node, and then ID is nullable by default, and is a string. If it's disable, disable also is nullable. Disable is also equal to boolean. So here now is the function to return the checkbox. So the function will take the prop, which is equal to checkbox on change label ID, and then disable. So we are just going also to return. We're just going to return also a div with the flex class we have is equal to flex. I want to show you this is the one we have here. Flex, and then type is equal to HTML, type is equal to checkbox, and then check if you checked, this is the value, this is the prop we pass here, and then on change, disable, and class. So it's very simple to understand. There's nothing complicated here. And then lastly, we just pass the label. Here's the label. Right, so you can type this one by one. So to save time, you don't want it to type everything one by one. So this is going to take us it's going to take us much time. Lastly, we have a submit button, which is now also the interface for the submit button, and then we have the submit button function, which will return our HTML, where the button type is equal to submit. We pass the disable, one is here, so you can disable the button if it's loading. We disable the button. We have the class, we pass different classes, and then also if it's loading, we pass now different classes. You can see here. And then text, if it's loading, show processing, else we just show the text, which is here. So this is it for the props, for input component, which can be reused. This is the one you're going to reuse all over our application, different places. Okay, so now we can work on removing this one. Can remove all of this one and change with our reuse our component for this one here. All right, let's go and do that. All right, so to design, first of all, our login, you can see we have a black here. Our template is dark. This one is wrapped with material UI app provider. So to use that, you must go to our application. First of all, let's start first of all with the styling. Let's start our application first before do anything else. So we can start this one. Or can change the class. Let me change this one. Can do max. max wide is equal to medium. You can put to medium, and then also max to auto, and for dark can just do bd bg select, and then maybe 900 and just pass shadow to LG, and then shadow shadow pass maybe 400 and then also padding 8 so padding to 8, and then rounded maybe just large, rounded large, and then margin top to maybe just 10. That's enough. Okay, what else do you need to do? We want to style first of all, and then we can now make the rest of the change. Justify center and then margin bottom. Justify center and then margin bottom to 4. Okay. What's next? We can save this one. We just want to see the styling first for application. This is what we get here. We will change most of these things. We don't really need them. All of this one. This one. We don't need all of this one. We will change them. Remove. Sorry. We must know where exactly we want to remove from. Here. We want to remove all of this one. Now if you save, is something missing here. All right. The link, you can keep the link. We will use it. We will use the link. Now this is what we have. Because we will create another component. We will create our component for the with our logo. Okay. So we have this. So now we can now reuse our input form, input component. But I don't want to use this one here because we are going to change all of this. We are going to change all of this. For now, we're just trying to have a design. Another thing is we can copy all of this one. We want to create this different component. We want to go to our component here. I want to show you can create different component. You want to have login, and then reset password, and request password link, reset password link. But before that, we want, let's first of all wrap this with our material UI, so that you can see how it looks like. To wrap that, we need to go to layout here, and then we need to wrap this with the material UI. So if you can go to documentation, say material UI. That's dashboard layout. But if you type material UI, MUI, Next.js, Next.js 15, material UI. So you will see now how you need to wrap this one. So first of all, you need to install the material to install this one, install all these packages, and then we need now to wrap your app with the app provider cache, app router cache provider. So you need to import this one. So that means you need to go to import this, go to layout. This is our layout. You can import this one here. We can import this one. So looks like we are missing material UI. It's not installed completely. This is what we are getting. Is declared but never used. First of all, let's go and use this one. Let's see. I want to wrap this one. Looks like our package was not installed completely successfully. First of all, we need to wrap this one. We need to wrap this between the body, before the body. Just wrap, no, between. Sorry, between the body here to wrap this to the children. So the children will come inside here. So I can just close this. Close like that. Sorry. Okay. We have something here is not right. Material UI is not there. Just try to save. No. So need to install it. So you need to install material UI. I think you have to go back to the documentation. So just need to install this one. Copy and then do npm install. You can stop the application and then install it. Since we're having the same issue, so you can do again dash legacy dash pure and then dash depths and then just install it. So this will install the package without following the all of this the versions. So now the error is gone. So you must reset now your server again to see now the change. All right, so if you now we save, go back to our application. Where is application? This is our application. Try to reload. So must give it time. But you won't see the change here. Why? Because you need to wrap now. You need to go now to the page. For example, here we want to use the material UI. So remember, you must wrap this in app provider. App provider. Must wrap this with the app provider. So looks like the app provider is not imported automatically. If you go back to the documentation for the material UI, this is you wrap in the layout. But if you go to now to use the child, where you want to use the child, so you must wrap. Let's see. You must wrap with the app provider. So what I can do is I can app provider is not coming. App provider. We don't want to use app provider cache because we already have app provider cache. App provider cache is for the layout. You use the app provider for the layout. So we need to import this from toolpath. Toolpath go. So we can import. Let's try to import it. Import um, import app provider. App provider. So from app provider from. So do at the toolpath go. So I want to see if the toolpath go is also is installed. So this is the one we want to use here. Sorry about that. Must change this one. I'll just give it time. Okay, and then down here also change. This was changed successfully. All right, now save. So if you go back to our application, just give it time. It will reload. To reload. We can watch here to see if you have any problem. You can watch from this terminal here. If you have any issue, you see it from here. Go back to application. So the thing for material UI that the first load it will take time. It will take time first load. Right. So we don't have any error, but you can also you won't also see anything. Because we are not even doing anything with material UI for now. But it was just to show you that so this is how you wrap material UI with your application layout for the body. So okay. Next we want to um, next we want to use this form component. Example, to use this one, I can remove this one, or before even removing that one, I can just show you that we can do um, we can just do a form. Can use that one, form input. So to import that form input, um, that form input. This is the this one. I want to show you which one is it we want to use. Form input. This one. So once we get it, so this now will require, for example, ID. The ID is going, for example, here ID is going to email, and then the label is equal to email, and then type is equal to text. This one is not import. We must import this one. We can import our form input from our component. We can do app component as app slash component. Nope, module not found. Let's see. Let's see, I'm trying to find that one. So app, lowercase, sorry. So app, and then component, and then um, form component, and then we get this one. So we have form input, which we need to use here. So I can copy this one to use this one here. Okay, so now if you try to see, okay, we want to see now the required. So you see that you required ID, label, then all of this one. So ID is equal to name. ID is equal to email. Sorry, in here we pass email, and then is equal to email. What else? Then type is equal to email, and then value is email, and then on change. So we call now the on change, which is now this function here. So if I can remove this one, remove all this one, this one, yes. So I can create another one, form input. So this is now going to be password. Set the password, and for this one also, this one too, I can remove it. Call checkbox. We don't have it. We haven't imported it unless you import it automatically. No, and the checkbox. Uh, checkbox conflicting. No. Oh, so it's conflicting with the local checkbox, and we will remove the local one. So checkbox down here. Actually, we need to remove all of this one since we have it ready. We need to remove all of this and this one, all of this one, this interface. We don't need to have this one here because we already define somewhere else. And props. Okay, so checkbox. So for the checkbox, we want to see what is required. Just remove this one. So we'll see what is required. So is missing, checkbox is missing. You can see that checkbox is missing check props, is missing on change, and then label. So label, remember password, and then on change, we check now. We're supposed now to get to call a function which we don't have. Sorry, we don't have here for checkbox. For remember password, you can create that one. Const remember password is the one, and then you can use this function just down here. So on change, you can call on change, and then we pass our function up there. Is missing type. Oh, checkbox does not have type here. We have label and the checked. Oh, need to add checked. Checked is equal to remember. Is equal to remember me, which is the variable here. Okay, submit button. Oh, we need to have also is missing is loading. We don't have that one. Is loading, so we can also pass is loading. We don't have the variable, but you can create it here. So const is loading. That's errors, but you can create For error also, I'll show you how to we are going to handle that, the interface. First of all, for loading, we also create the is loading, like that. Set is loading is not being used for now. Okay, so I can give some space here. It's too much. Give some space. Right. So if you save this one, go back. Need to see the change. Let's see if it's still updating. All right. Let's see the change. Reload. All right. So everything is still the same, but at least you can see now our input is clean. So this input is not the same which was here. This is actually the reusable one we have. Okay. Um, is there a function needed to pass to? Nope, don't have text. We have the text. That's it. Okay. What next? So, what I wanted to tell you is that okay, this is a bit is too much here in this page. If you see this function, this URL here, we are showing the login. If action is equal to logins, that's what we are showing here. But we want to, if you go to our ordinal application, if action is equal to login, we show the login. And then if you go to reset password, the action is equal to reset password. So we need to work on all of this one. First of all, we need to go to our application and then organize so we can handle. So we need to remove all of this one. Remove the input, the login input, and then place them in a different component so that you can now just check here the current URL path and then show the appropriate template. All right. So what we want to do, want to go back to component. This is a component here. So we want to create one component called login template. Login template dot tsx, and then create also another called reset password template dot tsx, and then also create another for can call it a request email. So this one is just to you can call it a request email or forgot password. Forgot password email template dot tsx. You can call the component whatever you want to call, doesn't matter. All right. So for the login template, first of all, what we want to do in here, we can const login is equal to a function. It's equal to a function, and then we will just return a div here login, and then we export it. So I can do export the login template default, and take the same thing. This is the same thing here. Sorry, I don't want to see that comment here. So this one is going to be reset. I want to edit all of them at once. Reset reset password. Now reset password. So we're just going to export this one, and then also Forgot what was it there before. Yeah, you can just return this one, doesn't matter. Okay, so can actually change this. Email. Okay, so what I want to show you, what you want to do in here. uh for example, if you come back to the login, this is the login, this is our login, so we just need to remove over everything in here. You could start from here, amen, just copy everything, remove. But you can copy from there, or you can just copy the whole body. So this depends on how you want to do it. So to make things easier, we can just remove this template, and then keep one style, which is the body, or just remove the whole thing. Remove the whole thing. So go to this template here. So we want to return this. We want to return this one. So now it will require you to have all of the the rest of the things. So we understand now what we need to do. So you need to remove. You need to take now all of this one. Everything from here. Need to take everything. This one, and then just paste it in here. So it will require now to also import the rest. So we need to import this one and this form. So paste this one here. So now you got everything in here. So we don't need our provider because you are not going to use it in here, but you need the link. Yeah. So now you see this is the same thing. So instead you can just copy this one, but before copying it to one different component, I want to first of all save that and then go back here. Now we don't need this in here. We can get rid of this and then get rid of all of these ones because we don't need them here. And then you even submit, we don't need the submit here. So what you can return here, we can just return login template. Login template, and also this one don't need it, and the link. So if I save that, go back to application, this is our application, we try to reload it to see now that's changed. So what now the change is still there. All right, so we need now a way. First of all, we can just show, I can also just show the other component. Let me show, let's say for example, forgot password. Let's say forgot password. So we can show forgot password here. Is forgot password template, and then also reset password. So going to do both reset password. So if I save that, then go back to application. So we need to see them, all of them coming down here. Yes, because there's nothing there. So what you can do, we can just take it. I can take the same template, the one from the login, because it's the same thing. So just going to change the name, paste it here. If I save it, doesn't matter because this guy doesn't actually follow the thing. So if you want, you can actually keep the original name. This is the original name. You can remove, change a little bit. Paste this one here. Or you want to copy that name. This is the name, reset password. So we can change the login name. Now login. So for the reset password, first of all, let's just save this, then we do the rest after. So this is the reset password, and then I can copy, go to forgot password. This is here. What's the name for the template? It's the template name. This is the template name, and then just change the name. Scroll down a little bit. This is the name. All right. So if you save this one again, back, you see that all the templates are here. Okay. So if you go to our original application, back to login, you see the login. If you go to reset password, reset password, you only need the email. Forgot password. Sorry, you only need the email. So for here, forgot password, you don't need the this one. Don't need this one, and this one don't need it. Sign up, you don't need that. Instead, we can change that to the button, the button name. We can change that later, and then it's loading. Can keep that. So down here, we don't need this, and then this one don't need them. So for the button, and also this one don't need them. We don't need this one too. So you also see we need to correct something from here. It looks like we have two buttons. I don't know here. When you have two buttons, we don't need this one. We don't need that one. We will change it. This one, remove it. Okay, so back to forgot password. So we just need the button. So instead of sign up, we just want to change the text to text is equal to reset. What is the text for the request link? Send request link. Send request. Send reset link. Send reset link. Okay. That's it. So if you go back top, we don't need this one. We only need the submit button. So I save that. If you reload, go back to application. Which one? This is from login template. Oh, we need to correct login template. So for the login template, few things here we don't need. Submit. We don't need this one. We just need the text is equal to sign in. We need not see if the okay. Now we just have sign in. What else? Okay. Right. Now this is for now the login. This is the login. You can change the login the forget password. The placeholder. Placeholder is equal to just enter your email, and then also here make sure to correct here placeholder for email. That's going to be enter your email. Okay. All right. So now this one, we need now for new password. For new password, a few things you don't need here. Don't need this, and then I don't need this one. Don't need email, but we need another. Need if you go to original application, we have a confirm email, confirm password. It can take you there. If I put my email and send, we're waiting for the email. So this can take us to confirm password so they can see the input field are there. All right, so if you go to this one, go to reset password, you want to see the input field. All right, so we have new password, confirm new password. So here we can change to const new password, and then confirm password. So remove this one. So if you scroll down a little bit, don't worry about this one, we will change this one. We will change all of this one. We don't need this one for now. We can close this one to avoid errors. So here we don't need all of this. Instead, we just need can say new password. Label is equal to new password. Is equal to new password, and then set new password. Get rid of this, but we will have another form. Confirm password, and we don't need this one. The text is just going to be what's the text here? Reset password. Reset password, and then we save that. Make sure there is no error, so I don't need the checkbox. Okay, now if we go back to our application, let's wait to see. Okay, so now we just have a new password and then reset password. Okay, so we need a way now. We need to find now a way to show now one by one. So we don't need to show all of them at once. For example, here, just show if the URL is the action is equal to forgot password. We just put the just show the forgot password. If the URL is equal to if the action is equal to reset password, so we show reset password, and then if it's login, we show the login template. All right, let's go and do that. All right, guys. So in order for us to do that, we can use Next.js navigation. So this can help us to get the search params. So we can use get let's so import import use search param from Next.js from Next navigation. So this is a built-in function for Next.js. Just have Next.js features, so we don't need to create this one or install any package. So now we take the search params. We get the search params. Automatically AI suggests us how to get the search params. So you get the search params. So once you get the search params, we need to get few things here. First of all, if we go, we need to get the action. Get the current action. The param, which is equal to action here we are looking for. So to get that, we can do const action. mm, Const action row. Const action row. Sorry. Row is r with a is equal to search param.get. So we get action. But if we get action, if there is no action, we can just set to empty, is nil. So this will get row action carry. Get row action carry param. Okay, so if now we get the row action carry, we get row action. So we need now to split now. We need to split this one. You see this question mark here. Split and then get the first element, because we need this first element. After it's split it, we need to get the first element. So to do that, we can do const action. Action is equal to we take now the row action. We can I can do row action dot you can do dot split dot split not splice, split dot split. And then what we want to split, we want to if you take JavaScript so JS split, not split, split JS split. Did I spell it correctly? Okay, split. If we can take here as an example of JavaScript split. Split the word. For example, split the word or split. So you can get something. Let's see. So the split method is actually get the element, the a string, split it in the array, create an array from that string, that that string. So that now we can get, so what you want, what you're trying to do. And here you can take an example. So to create, you take an example, for example, a word, split it, and then you create an array. So you can now access the first array. So this is what we're trying to do here. We take the action, this one. We take our URL starting from here. This is the one we want. Start from here, and then you split it. So once you split it, in a you split it, and then we want to get now split it. We can pass the question mark, and then we take the first element. After split, we get the first element, which now will with the index 0. Can do extract action. So action before any question mark. So this is what we're trying to do here. So once we get now the action, we get the action. So we can access different things in action. We can, for example, we can get the token. Let's say, for example, get. I can also console. We can console.log the action to see it. Console.log action. So if you console.log action, let's see what we get in there. Back to application is this one. Let's go to console. see some errors here is normal. Action is equal to login. If you see the console, you can try to, I can show you if you do action, pass the action, can pass like this one. This is action is equal to login. So this is what we get here. So once you get that, so we can get we want now to extract, if you have token, we want to get the token. So we can do get token. If we have get token, so we can do const token is equal to, so we take action row dot include. So if you include something like reset password, because we want to get for token only if you include if we have a reset password. I want to show you here. If you have a reset password, this one, you see the first one was login. Sorry, the first one was login. This one we get the login. If the action is equal to login, we get the login down here. But if the action is equal to reset password, so that means we will have this variable. So we can get this. So we check if we include uh, if includes reset. So we want to see now the URL. If we include this one, this param. If we include reset password, so we want to do something, so we can do new URL, can do new URL param, take this one dot action row. So take the action row and then split it again. Action row, we don't want to do, we can do get, but I tried to get before, I didn't get the response. So what I want to do, I can do dot action row, can do dot split. We can do again split, split, and then split. We get we can also do the same thing, split from 0, and then we want to get now the second index now, which will be the second index of a second index, sorry, which will be now this one. I want to show you the first index uh, from this array. Here is the array. We have, for example, how are you doing today? Yeah. So the first index is how are you. The second one, what do you think it will be? Let's try. Okay. The first index here, this is my array. Split it. Split it from 0. So the first index is, so this is the second index. So the first index is how are you? Since we are splitting from empty space, so we are using the empty space to split. So you can split from empty, starting from empty space, or if it is comma. All right. So if you will split from a question mark, so we won't have anything here. Anything, we want to have anything here at all. So in this case here, what we are doing, okay, we split from a question mark. So we separate, we create an array from the question mark. So if you go to our URL, which you have here, we separate from question mark, and then we take the action, and then we take the second one, which will be this one. So if we split now from here, so we'll get the token. this now they want to do split from the first from the first second item, second index, which is actually number one, and then we get the token. So this is what we do here. But if you don't have token, you can return, you can just set to nil or empty string, doesn't matter. Right. So once you get the token, we will use the token to send the request. If you come back here, here we use this token to send the request to restart the password. But we will work on the token later. But for now, let's first we'll use this one. So if we console.log action, we see that the action will show you here. But we show the action here. We show it here. So login, if it's login or whatever. All right. So we want to show this one according to action we have. We can create a function to render the template. Can create a function, can do const render template. Render template is equal to get that empty array. Sorry, we create a function. There's no any params. First of all, we want to check check check. Okay, this the first one need to handle the reset password, but because that is the most important one, handle a reset password. But if before, if we don't have the token, for example, we can check first of all the action. If action is equal to reset password, or if action start with the reset password, so you can do action, if action, and action, if action end, and action dot start with. So start with can help you check anything start with whatever you are specifying. If action start with a reset password, we want to do something, but before doing something, we also want to check check if you have token. So check if the token is valid. So we can do if token. If you have token, we want to return the template. If you have token, we want to return the template. But if you don't have, we can return the template. But if you don't have, so we need to just return. We can show something here. For example, I can show you an example. If you go to this is the template. This is our reset password. If you remove the token, if it's empty, if you are reload it, you see now we get an error. The provided token is not has expired, is invalid or has expired. So this is what we want to do here. If you don't have a token, we can just return app provider, app provider, and close this. Nope. App provider can do HTML. We don't want it to. I don't want it to type the HTML. Can do class name. Can do flex. Just put everything on the center. Justify center, and then also item center, and then height to screen. Can also do div. You can do block. Title, which is equal to be even h3, just error plus error, and then missing token. missing token. So we can do class I'll do font bold, and then red maybe 500, and next we have a paragraph. The provided the provided token is not valid, something like that. And then you can show a link back to request, back to login, maybe reset token. So here I can do link action is equal to reset token. So just do back to reset password. So we don't have the link, we need to import the link and do import to link, from next link. Okay, so this is if you don't have if you don't have token, we return that one. Else, if you don't have the token, we return that one. But if you have token, we just return reset password. So now you see that we need to correct our function. If you go to reset password template, so we need to correct this one. So that means this function needs to accept now the token as param. So you can do the function. You can now, since we are using material UI, you can pass token and then pass token as a parameter, and then the token is equal to string. So if you save that, we are not using it now. If you save it, we will get it. That we want to check if we have any error. We have for now. Okay, so this is for rendering template. Yes, and especially specifically checking for reset password. So now we can check now the rest. This was if it's action, but we can remove this one. If action dot start. If you want, you can also pass a question mark to check if the action is not empty. The following one, we can do switch statement. Do switch statement. So for this one, you can do if action is equal to forgot password, you pass the forgot password, else you pass the template. You pass the email template. So we can pass the email login, or the default one is equal to this one. You can also pass. We can also specify here that if we can return material UI with the app provider. Let's see. Can I close this one? App provider. Or can we say error invalid action. So this will be, we can take the same div we have there, and then let's see, AI can help us speed up this one. invalid action. Yeah. So if you don't have, if the action is not okay, so another case is could be case, case, but this is not reset password if is equal to login. So we just want to show the login here. Save that, and then um, so this template, this function render, this function here need to return now the function and from here. So you need to return. So we can return div. Nope. Okay, so the function can return. Mm, okay, the function, let's see here. This one, so our main function, the this one not supposed to be home, can do auth page, so that doesn't complicate home auth page. So for the auth page or authenticated user page, so need to return, can return div. All right, so for this one can return div, and then for key, you can pass key for the this div is equal to, we can pass backtick, and then backtick, and then you pass action. I don't know how you call that, backtick or right. So you pass, we want to pass the action. Action is equal to row. Why am I seeing that? So action is equal to action. The key is equal to action, and then also you pass the token action, then pass token. With something is not correct here. Then pass token. Okay. O. So you can do O empty array, and then else you pass the template. We render our function, which is render the template. So this is what we return. Our auth function will return. Uh, so our auth function or authenticated user function, so return our render template. So the job for the render template is just to take the action, check what the action we have, and then we return whatever we need. So now we want to save this, go back to our application. This is our current application. Need to reload to see the change. Can close this one. So now we just have the login. So we cannot access. We need a way to access now to a different template. That is now we okay. That's with that one. We need to go to login template. This is the login template. We have, if you check, we have remember password, but you can also add the reset password. I want to see what we have here. I don't want to close this one for now, but if you also want, you can close it. We can add this one. Actually, this one does not have remember password. the original one, doesn't matter. So we can add here link to div link forgot password. If you don't want it to be long, just put this one forgot password, and then the action, we want to link that to action, and then forgot password. We want to copy this one, but we can find it better way to copy this one is from here. Remember, this is the one we want to use, forgot password. Then go, you can just replace it here, forgot password. So you can add class margin left to 2, and then underline, and then text to blue, to just show that this is a link. Now if you go back to application, we need to see that here. Okay, but to fix this error, you can do flex justifies between and then item center. Okay, now this one is here. Oh, since if you go, we see this one we are seeing here because the checkbox got bottom to 5, so if you want to have the same thing, you must also add margin bottom to 5. This the checkbox got the checkbox got margin bottom to 5. If you go to form component, our form component, take the checkbox, type of checkbox. This is the one I'm talking about. So if you want, you can remove this, and then here you pass nothing. Wait for it to get ready. Now we see that the same. You can also set text to extra small. If medium, text to small. Yeah, so this is smaller, so it depends how we want to do it. But if now we click, it's supposed now to go to the next template. Now we get 404. All right, so why are you seeing 404? Because we're not supposed to go there. Think we got a small problem. That this is the problem. Not supposed to have that. Supposed to go to auth, 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 and then action. This is now the action. So just go back a little bit. Try to reload the page, and then go back again. Yeah, now we have reset password. Okay, so a reset password. Temporary, we can change the manually. We can change the URL. Let's try to change this one. We can change this one. Change the param here to see. So for the token, we can pass any token there, any random token there, to just test the application. So I can copy this one. I just copy this for testing. Sorry, this is the one. So for testing. All right. So this we are getting now. Reset password. So that means that our template is working. Yeah, everything is working here, but we need now to start posting the data, sending the request, all of that. But before that, we need to add the logo. You can add our logo add the title, logo. If we go back to sign in, and also work on the sign up, All right, let's go and do that. All right, so for the registration, I have some code. Remember, it's pretty much the same thing we are doing here. I have the same thing. We want to work on a registration first. I can remove this one, then add the register. This will probably 404 because I don't think we have a register here. You can also check by going to our application. We don't have a register here. So if you want, you can add the auth in here, or you can add the register in here, or you can just create a new route here called register, and then add a page dot tsx. So I have code. I have some code there. Just going to paste it here because it's actually the same thing. Yeah. But this one require app logo, which we don't have. We need to create app logo. I'm going to explain to you is just the same our form input. There's nothing complicated. Is our form input. We just you have a function which I will explain to you. All right. Let's create first of all our app logo. Go to component, create app logo dot tsx. Okay, so for app logo too, we don't really have much in here. You need to have your logo. Sorry, you need to have your logo. So I have minus. I'm just going to paste my logo here. App logo. So I have a logo. I'm going to paste it in here. So you go to a folder. Where is your application? And then go to inside your application. Go to public. This is where you paste all the public file. So I have it. This one is SVG. So if you go back to my application, go to public, to my VS Code, sorry, to public folder, and then you see my logo is here, is SVD. So you can post, you can have SVD, PNG, or any type of form. You can use it there, or you can add it in here. All right. So if I go back here on my app logo, so I just have a function. Export a function app logo, which we have here, and then we set the default size is equal to 100. We are using TypeScript, that's why we specified here that default size is equal to is equal to 100, and then also app props, app logo props. So we use image. We are using image to optimize the loading, file loading, major loading, and then we get our file from the public directory, and then also up we can pass your application name, so portfolio logo, and then we pass that size. So if you pass the size, if by default the size is equal to 100, if there's no size, it doesn't matter. And then we pass wide and height. This is what we have here. So there's nothing much in here. The props here, we can see our props. Interface props is just equal to a number, so it's nullable. All right, close this one, and this is the one we are using here. We can fix this by go at app, then app logo at app at slash app slash component, and then you access our app logo. So utility we don't have. So here is what we define the error types. Error types in the another TypeScript interface. So this one I can create a file in here called util dot types.tx ts. So if you want to access this one, we can do at app and then access this one. But this one, let's see. Oh, it's supposed to create it in a util. If you check if you have a util folder, you can add this one here. Yeah, you need to add it this one in util. Yeah? Move it to util. Let's see. I have utils. At app util slash types. But remember there, so I have custom error handler, which we can use for TypeScript. So this is the one you can use for TypeScript here. So we just have a function interface. We just have an interface which we export. We have a response and then data and then error. Also, we have a message, nullable. This is nullable. This is nullable. So if you get a response and then data, then error. It's mostly Axios. If you are using Axio to make a request, usually come with the response. Usually come with the response and then data, and then you can get access error or just JavaScript. Vanilla just JavaScript usually return message like this sometimes, depend on your back end setup. All right, so this is what we have here. We don't have much. We just import these two things. App provider is there. If you also want, you can change this one to app like that. Right, so I just want to explain to you the input field we have here. For the form inputs that are the same, the one we worked on the other side, login or whatever, the same thing. So we have show password, name, username, email, password, agree to term and service, and then error is loading, and then router, which we have router and Next.js router. Right, so handle handle register, which is equal to function. We take the event, we get the event. Once we have the form event, we can now access the rest of the data. We get the event, the form event, and then to prevent here we prevent the default prevent the default so that the form doesn't reload. Set error to nil, and then um, if the name is empty, we set error username maximum. Username minimum is 3 letters length, and then if it's not, we just return the error. Email address, we also validate email address. If it include at, else we return invalid email address. Password must be at least 8, the length at least 8 character. Else we return set error. We set the error must be at least 8 characters. And then I create the term of service. If not, we return error. And then that after that we just set to true. It's loading to true, and response.await. So we send a request to API, our back end, and then API slash register to create a new user with method is equal to a post. So this we can use the Axio if you want, or you can just use vanilla JavaScript. Doesn't matter. And then header, we set the header. Body is equal to json.string 5, and then pass name and all of that, name, username, email, and then password. So we wait now. We create now. We wait for the response. After that, once we get the response, we convert to JSON, and then we get the data. the data now. Once you have the data, we check if the response is the start. If the response is equal to okay, we redirect it to login. So now we check now the action. Auth action is equal to login. Else we return, we get that error, or we return, or if you don't have error, we set registration failed. We are doing a try catcher, so we wrap this in try catches to catch the error so that the application doesn't crash. And then if we have error, if you catch error, we can now assign the error here. Error is equal to error if as error as custom error, which is our TypeScript. So, and then now here we can set error. Finally, we just set loading to false. So we also wrap with our app provider, and then the body. This is the same thing we did with our login form. So we pass our app logo, which now you see app logo. I told you can pass the app. Let's see app logo. Yeah, app logo. See the size. So we pass the size here, 70. Then the title, sign up. Errors. If you have error, we just show the error here. So the rest we call our function submitter. On submit, we call this function our function. So now we just reuse our input field, our form input. So we reuse all of them. Email, first of all, name, username, email, and then password. So for password, we check down here, we check password. If password that length is greater than 8, so we show the success message. We show the password is strong. Else we'll show password is weak. You can type this. I don't want to. I didn't want to type everything. So you can also toggle to show password. Display hiding or show password. Which is the variable is up here. Show the password there. So for show password, if you go to show password, just a little bit here, show the password. This is the type of password. So show password default to text or password. If the show is equal to true, we show text, else we show password. So this is the input type. It's pretty much easy to understand. And then checkbox, we reuse our checkbox and then submit button. That's it. So if you have an account, we redirect you back to login. Okay, so if I save that, we go back to application is here. So here we see it was empty. So we need to see that one here. Just wait for the page to reload. All right, so now here is our input. So it's very simple. If you now click, this will take you back to login. But the login, we don't have a way to go back to sign up. So we can copy this one, go to our login. Where am I supposed to put this? Right after. So already have an account. So here I can say you don't have an account. I can say sign up. So this one I'm just going to register. That's it. If you save that, now we have this one, so we can navigate back to register. Right. Okay, so we also need to add this logo to the rest of our component. Go back to register. See the register here. I want to get this one from here to here. We also want to show errors. Yeah, just copy and then add this from here. So we want to also get the app logo. Do import app logo. So can import app logo. So we can use just import app logo like this. Huh? Now if we save, back to login. So now we also have app logo, but we can change the name to sign in. All right, so you can do the rest. You can now add to the rest of the template. All right, so we also need to add to reset password. Go here and paste the same thing here. Oh, sorry. Let's copy it again. So we need to import app logo. App logo. And also that was a reset password there. So now the template is this one here. Also import app logo. Now if we save, forgot password. Now we have also app logo, but you need to change email template. What's the title there? Yeah, forgot the password. And the other one is new password. New password. All right. So if you are here, you are on forgot password. You need a way to return back. Need a way to return back to login. So we need to add a link. For example, here you see forgot password. We need to add this link. How is it? Yeah, we can add here flex. So you can add a link here. Back to login. So we need now action back to login. This is ours to reload at least. See, oh, this is not the right template, I guess. Forgot password. This is the one. Back to login. If you want, you could wrap this in a div. We can wrap that. Maybe do shrink 0 if you can do that, or you can do also add space between the four. Nope. add the shrink 0. Yeah, now you get the full link. You can add the icon if you want. You can use hero icons because this one uses Tailwind CSS. So arrow back, search for arrow back. This one, but arrow back for React, and you can add this here. Fix fittings loop. Can do flex. If you want, you can use that. Must use it inside here. Flex class of flex, item center, and space between maybe just 1 or 2. So this one wrap this in a div, in a span, like this. Close that. Then also close this one. So back to application. This application. Now can we go back to login? Okay. Congratulations, guys. So next we want to start now. Next, we want to start now submitting the data to our backend, all of that. But before that, we want to also build the dashboard. We want to work on the dashboard. If you try the dashboard, it's not there, but you can create a folder. We are coming back to work to work on this one so that you can start now submitting the data, making the request, all of that. For now, let's work on the dashboard first. We want to start the dashboard so that you can now start working on a back end after. So dashboard, and then we need a page, which is we need a route .tsx. So for the dashboard, we don't have much. I don't want to show much in here. I can just do export function, export default, just show dashboard like this. So if you go now back to our dashboard, you want to reload, you will see that dashboard. So I want to show you how we can now implement material UI, all of that. All right, so let's go ahead and add the material UI. All right, so for the dashboard, we can since we have already integrated the material UI and all the packages, we can actually just go to material UI, search for dashboard layout. So this will take us here. We can now choose from which one we want. We have so much of them. If you want the one with the depending which one you want. So this one doesn't matter. I'm just going to show you how you can integrate everything. Select, so we can use this one, but you can also choose the one with also this one. If you want that one, just copy, then go back to our template, just press this one. Remember to go up here to add to use client. that save, and back to our application. Need to reload. So just give it a moment, it's going to get ready. Also all right, so here the dashboard is already here. So if you want to add a user, want to add this one, I want to show you how you can add that one. Expand code, just scroll down a little bit. You can take this one, take this one. So if you take this, you will see that you will need a session, which we actually want to use that one. That's the session we want to use. Okay, now go to our dashboard. We are going to actually use everything dynamically once you start working on a back end. For now, we can just add this one here, function. So for authentication, we need now to use authentication. So this is the function. So if you see, we need a session and then authentication. So we can go back here, go back to our dashboard. We need a session and then authentication. The function, where is it again? Use memo. So you need to import, cannot find this one, so you need to import use memo. You need to get the use memo. Use demo memo. So I need to import that from React. So I can get this session and then also the mom, all of that one. But what I really want to do, I don't want to spend time on this one. Since we are going to work on the back end, so we don't want to spend time here. Instead, we can just go ahead and implement the rest, so that we will have all of this one. So that I can save that time to go and implement the rest of the things. All right, so first of all, we will work on the back end, the rest of the things. But first of all, I want to tell you, we need to restrict the user from accessing this if he's not logged in. So to do that, we need to create a middleware. So we need to create a middleware. Close this one, then this one. So within our app route, we need to create a middleware. Create. Close all of this one, so all of this one for now. New file, middleware dot tx for TypeScript. So make sure to name the file exactly the same, middleware. So if you go to our browser, type for Next.js middleware. This one here, you see that you can read the documentation. Integrating middleware into your application can lead to significant improvements in performance, security, user experience, all of that. But the thing is, you need to name the file exactly as on the route of your project, project route, sorry, no, project route. So you need to name the function, the file as middleware. So make sure the file, you name the function like the file like that. So within the file, you can follow along with this one to restrict all of that. But what I want to do is I want to go with you step by step. So this is a crash course, so you need to go step by step to create this middleware. First of all, if you go to our middleware, we need to import next request. We need to import next request, but not request, next response. Next response from the server. So this is a server component. This is a server component. Okay, so we want to get next. We also need a request actually. Import next request. Next request. What else do we need? So now to export a function, middleware. Let's just export function like this. All right, so we get middleware. We create a function, export the function middleware. So we can do get the authentication. That's what we need to get the authentication. Authentication token from the cookies. So we need to get the authentication from the cookies. So we can do const token is equal to request. So we take that request dot cookies. So we access the cookies and dot get, and then we get the auth token, because I will show you where is the auth token. I'm sure you remember, if you watch our previous video, you remember how we are storing the token from the server, from the registration, all of that. But I remember we haven't created that actually. That was in our main stack application. All right. So this is actually we get the token. So we will save once you are start creating the user. We will use this one to store our token on the cookies as auth token. All right. So once you have this one, but we also, if you go to middleware, somewhere they say that we can. There's a lot in here middleware. You can have a look. Spend also some time to play around with the middleware to know which stuff we want to do. Okay. But what I can do is, okay, we want to skip some files, some stuff, some static files or static routes, which, for example, let's say skip middleware. Skip middleware for static, statics. For static, so we can do a static asset and API. Okay, so what we want to do, we can do if if request dot next URL, and then dot path, path name, start with. So if start with some of this, the things we can specify in here, we can specify in here. So we can do, for example, underscore next. So we can skip this one, or request dot request dot and next URL dot path name, and then start with. Also, we can say, for example, API. Yeah, we can also skip that one. So we want to do something, we can just return response dot next. So just return response dot return next response. Next response dot next. So we just return next. So we skip this one. Okay, but if it's not that, but we don't get the token, so the token is empty. If you don't have token, if the is not this, but we don't have token, redirect. So we can redirect unauthenticated authenticated users. So that means you cannot access the dashboard. So it's not all the application, it's just some some route we are going to pages. We are going to protect there. So if we don't have token, if there's no token, we can do const and then take login login URL. Login URL is equal to new URL. So we take a new URL, and then we take the auth 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 auth. This is actually the path we are using here. If you go to our application, so we use this one to redirect for the authentication, which is login, reset password, all of that one. So we take auth and then auth and then comma, we just pass a request, take a request dot URL, request dot URL, just a request here. Okay, so what we want to do is so we can take the login URL dot search param. So we can set the action. We take the request. We just want to set the action to reject the user where user can go if it's not authenticated and is trying to access our protected URL or a protected page. So set action, and then we just add the action. This it could be something else. If this one is not action, it could be something else, depending on what the param you're passing here. But in this situation, we are passing. In this case, we are the param is action, and then we just pass is equal to login. So this is just URL param you are setting here. If you set that, and then also can take again the URL param, the same URL param dot search param dot, and then we can now set the redirect. Set again. You can set redirect. Set the redirect. Set a redirect to request. Nope. Request. I have something wrong here. Oh, set the request to next URL. Next URL next URL dot param name, a path name. So we just set the looks like we have a little bit of error. Oh, sorry, you can see that. Right, so we set now the path name, redirect, and then we set the our path name. What next? After that, we just return next. You can just return the request. You can do return next response dot and then redirect. And then if we redirect, just pass our login URL. So down here, we need now to all right. So we need now to return. You can now return. So you can do return for function. Function we're exporting middleware. We just need to return next response dot next. Okay, and then we also want to export. We also want to create config now. So that's sorry. Config is now what you the configuration for the protected URL. So we can export that. Export const config. So we're just going to be equal to some URL here. So match anything match. Let's say matcher, and then we just pass a array. So if you see Next.js config here, documentation is a bit long, so we don't have to spend much time there. Just to have to find what is yeah. So this the configuration here. You can follow along with the configuration. At least take time to read a little bit about the configuration. So for configuration, we take so first of all we want to you want to pass now the URL which you want to protect. So in this case, you want to protect this one. Dashboard, 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 and everything which everything comes after dashboard. So you can add stuff for everything, all the path. Okay, and then also we can pass can also pass like settings. Let's say, for example, settings. Depend on which URL. Also, all the URL or all the pages you want to protect, you can pass them in here as an array. So you have settings. You can pass. We don't have settings, but I'm just showing you an example. You can pass settings, and everything coming after settings, like that. We have an error here. I can't see it. This one is showing you down here on my bottom right, showing you got an error. I'm trying to see it where we have that one. This probably typo. Yeah. Okay, so that's it. That's all we have. But I think let's try to add here type. Type. It's like still have an error. We can use AI to clean up to find the error. Let's try to use AI. Yeah. We can use Copilot. Copilot. Huh? Let's check for typo from this Next.js middleware. I want to check for errors, typos. There's no, okay, AI suggests there's no typo. I didn't find any typos in your code. Everything looks properly structured and correct spelling. All right. Okay, there's nothing, nothing. But I don't know. We will check it. All right. So I want to show you an example. If you go to our original application, this is our original application, and then try to access dashboard. Our original application is running on port 3000, and our current application is running on port 3001. So you are trying to access the dashboard here. So they will redirect us back to login. So you cannot access the dashboard if you are not logged in. If there is no session. This is taking time because of Next.js usually take time to load faster. The fast load. So this is the dashboard. You are trying to check the session. Now see you are not authenticated. Please log in. So now it will give you the login. So you must log in. So here we also want to see the same thing from this one. So we don't want any unauthenticated user to access this one. So if I try to access this one, you want to make sure that you get the error. They redirect us back to somewhere else or get an error. Yeah, this one actually is still working. Okay. If now you go back to application, the dashboard, so a middleware didn't work. We have to fix it. We have to check for some things in here. Make sure that this is actually the dashboard. This one. And then we need to try again. All right, guys. So in my case, I have since I have several servers running the same port. So this token wasn't empty. It wasn't empty, so it's still token there. So that's why I have to use this method. I have to use to check if they still have token to delete token. So in your case, it's no really matter. So what you should do is just restart the server. Let's restart the server, and then yours will be good to go if you follow along with this one exactly. Restart the server. Right, the server is ready. So we want to redirect the user to log in. So if you go back, want to try again. Try now to access the dashboard. So this will redirect us back to the login. the first load from Next.js will take time. Can check if we have an error here. We don't have. Yes, now you can see the redirection here back. Now, all right, now we can see the URL. So you can see auth action is equal to login and then redirect so to the dashboard. So if, for example, I try to go to home page for application again, right, this is home page. So we don't have a way to access the dashboard here. For example, if you go to our header, go to header component where we say get started. This one. So if you change, once user click here, we redirect to dashboard. Dashboard. So we can actually remove this one. We can remove this one, and then just redirect to dashboard. Let's see. Now that one is gone. So once click get started. So we want to go to. We're supposed to go to the dashboard, but they redirect us back to the login. And then you can see the URL here. Why? Because there's no token. All right. So this is it for testing. But now we need to implement the next auth so that you can now authenticate the user, check the session, all of that one. So and then also register the new user. All right, let's go and do that. All right, so guys, we need to start first of all. We need to start with the sign up. So find a way that user can sign up. So if you go back to our VS Code, for now we can close this one. You can close middleware for now. We don't need it. We want to go to sign up. Close this one. Go back to app and then register. Right. So here we want to work on a sign up. Right. So this is what we have. Well, what we need to do, first of all, we need to create this one. Need to create this endpoint for our URI. We need to go to API, and then we need to create a sign up or a register route. So what we can do, we can just create a folder in here. Just create register, and then in here create now a route. Route.tsx. Make sure that the file you name it, the folder you name it register, and then the file is route. Since we are in API, API backend. Okay, so in here, in a route, we need a method. We need a post method. So we can do export, async, export async, and then function. And function. So function, function. We can now function is actually post. So it's equal to post because we want to make the post request. Okay, we want to make the post request. Not want to make a post request, but we also need to import some stuff from Next.js. We need to import next response, and then also next okay, next response. But we have our model. Before that, I want to show you we have our model, user model. We make some modification here. This model we created last time. in our previous video. So we will make some modification here to add some field here, some fields. But for now, we will need our model. We can import create user, and then also found user, found user by ID, by email. So these are methods, all these methods from first of all from app, and then API, and then models and user. So I want to show you these methods, these functions that are in here. We have create user, and then we also have find user by email. All right, so all right, what we want to do is we want to use now request. Can use request. Sorry, request, and then we get now this request. We want to get the request. So couple of things we need to do here. First of all, we need to test first of all our we need to test we can just console.log, console.log, uh, console.log hello world from server. We just want to test that, test our endpoint. If you go back to our page, we want to test this endpoint, so that if the user try to send the request, if you can get anything from here. But for that to work, we must return something. We can return something. We can return sorry, return response next.response next.json, and then we can return some message. Let's return, for example, error. If you want to return error, we want to return the status, so we can return the status. Status is equal to just 200, and then also what else we want to return. We can return data or whatever you want to return there, but for now we just want to test. There's nothing much we want to do in there. Can return, let's return message. Let's return message. This was created. Okay, so if we now go back to our application, to our browser, we want to try to save this, to send the request. Let's see. Want to see the request here. So we sent the request to a post, API post. The request was 210 successfully, and then which was successfully. That's why you say they redirect us back to login. So that means our endpoint is working. So in this case, since our endpoint is working, we can try to get the data to see the type of data we are getting. So to get that, we can do const. Want to get name, email, and then also password. We also need I think username. I think we also have username, so you are also expecting username. What else? That's it. So we can do await is equal to await, and then a request. So we get that request. We take the request .json. So I convert that to JSON. We get now the data from the request. So now if you test again, try to test again. Console.log, let's say request data or body, and then we can try to my my AI is not working, so I must restart the API, my editor, code editor. So I'm going to do that, but for now, let me complete this one first. So I can try to console.log name and then email and then password. Just see this data. Password. So if I save that username, leave it alone, and then we want to go back to, let's go back to the login, sign up. We just want to test to see the data we are getting. Now I'm using a fake filler, so if you don't have it, you can search for fake filler and then use it. So try to sign up again. This will redirect us back to the login, and then if you come back here, you see now we have the data. So we are getting the data successfully. Right, so what do we need to do now? We need to create now the user. We now need to sign up for the user, but before that I need to reset my VS Code. So just let me take a break to reset my VS Code because I'm seeing this error down here. Right. All right, so what we want to do, since we are having this, we are getting all the input field required, for us to create a new user. So we can first of all check if the user exists. Check if the user exists. So we can do existing user is equal to await find the user by email. So we find the user by email, which is the function here. Find user by email. So if we get the user, if the user exists, so we can return next.response, next response.json, and the 400 error status 400 with the message user already exists. Okay, so if there's no user, we can now create a new user. So we can use we can check check if but actually we're supposed to check faster. So what we could do is, before checking for email, first of all we need to check check for all input field. All right, so we can check if email, if name, email and password. If there's no email or password and whatever, so if there's no email, if there's no name, email or password, so we return error 400. It's a missing required field. We return that one, and then we continue. So down here, so we can now, if you want, you can also do regex to check the email, to check the email valid, if it's valid, or all of that. So to save time, we are not going to do that. We can just move forward to the next. So we now can create user. Let's remove this one. Can now create user. Create user. So create user we can do. So our create user, we pass now a user is equal to we call now the function, which is here, create user. So this function will take the data, and then if you see, we are using our interface here, the document interface, which we have a username, which is mutable, email, and then also password. All right, so down here we pass name, name, username, and then email, and then password. So we return that one. So this way it can work. It can work this way, but we need to wrap it in try catch. So to check if in case we get any error, so we can handle it. We can wrap this everything in try catch if you want, or just a few of them. You can wrap everything in try catch. Just copy this one, then you do try catch. Okay, try catch. So if you get error, we can also return error. We can down here, we can also return next JSON, next response.json, and then we return error and then server error. So for our error also actually we need to return this error. Can return the error. Okay. All right. Another thing which we need to do here, um, another thing we need to do is you can check the password. So there's few things you can do. You can check the password length, all of that. So this depends on how we want to handle it. For now, we don't want to do all of that. We just want to go with the simplicity, a simple way. So we just want to create user. So the rest we will work on it later. But the few things we need to do, we need to first of all include we need to generate the token. We don't have token. We need to generate the token. So to generate the token, first of all, we need the secret. We need our JSON web token secret so that we can now start generating token, which can be used for the password. So first of all, let's go and generate the token. All right. So first of all, we need to set some environment variables which can be used in application. So I have some variables here. I'm just going to paste here. What I want to do, let me just show you what I want to do here. Since we already have MongoDB, we don't need that. So I'm going to get rid of MongoDB here. So we keep MongoDB. So make sure that you have your MongoDB connected already, the Atlas. All right, so we just have here we have um, application name, our app name, and then base URL, which is actually our current localhost here. So port is 3001. So this one production, you want to have this one. You only have your domain name, and then is the development for node inf or node environment is equal to development. And then also for JSON web token, we don't have, we will generate that. We don't have that one. We'll generate that. And the secret, we don't have it. We will also generate that. So from SMTP, well, SMTP host, so we'll use Mailtrap. So we don't have it here. I have my account, so I will show you. If you don't have one, I will show you how to can create one. And then the port, default port we will set is 587, and then username with all of that. We haven't set, we'll set that yet. But for now, what we need is JSON web token. So which also can use, we can also use the same for a node for NextAuth secret. Right. So all right. So for for JSON web token is secret, so we can use a command here. So I have a command here just for you. So what you do is just open your terminal, just open maybe a git patch, so you can leave your server running, so you can run the command is actually here, so you can run open open SSL run, and then dash base base 64. So this is just for random base 64, and then put that to here. So this will generate some token for you. So you can also change whatever you want. So if you can change a long one or short one, so it depends. So if you want, you can also generate a string. It's a string, which is going to also be which is going to also be OpenSSL, and then a random dash hex, so 32. So this will also generate a random string. So this depend whatever, but all of them, they are suitable for JSON Web Token. This is a secret, so this is supposed to be secret. It's not to client. It's not public to client. So just copy this one. We can use this here, and then also we can use the same for NextAuth secret. So use for JSON W, JSON Web Token secret, and then also for JSON for NextAuth secret. We can save that for now and make sure that we have your MongoDB here. You have your MongoDB. Don't use mine because after this video, I'm going to change the password or whatever. I'm going to delete this here, so it won't be available. All right, so save that. You can also close this one. The command, I will leave it to the when the comment in the description of this video, so you can find all of it to generate the secret for your application. All right, back to a route. This is the route. So we need to do now a couple of things here to complete now the registration. First of all, um, we need to find a way we need to set the token. We need to, because we want to use the Next.js. We want to use the Next.js Auth. So that we need now. So we can now save the token, save the token, cookies, all of that. Create the session. So this could now be used for our application. All right. Another thing we need to do, we need to create a function. We need to create another file which we can store some functions we need to use. For example, generate token, which we can use to generate a token for when user creating an account or resetting the password. So in the util here, utils can create a file called auth.ts. So I have some code here. I don't want to type everything. The code is here. So this one you will probably get some error because you need to install the dev dependencies. So I don't have it installed. You can install types. All right. So also another thing I want to show is the command. You can also use this command here if you want to generate a strongest secret. You can also use this command. Let me show you just a moment. Right, so you can run the command. So this will generate a long secret. So this is still going to work. So you can change this one, use this, or use the new one generated. So they're all the same. That's still going to work, but this one is a bit stronger than the one you got before. So you can use whatever you want, whatever secret you want to generate, depending on your settings. All right, so this function here, we export it, is just to generate the token. Generate the token and then assign the token to JSON.web token. So this is the one we import here. So we import the JSON web token package, and then once you generate the token, we assign it. We pass the ID, assign it, that's it. So user ID, and then assign the token. We set the time, which is 600 hours. That's it. And this function is just to verify the token. So it's very simple as that one. You can stop the video, type it, and then come back to it. All right. When now you are creating user here, first of all, if you go to user, where we were creating new user, this one here. So here we need to generate the token. here we need to generate the token. What I want to show you is what I want to show you is we want to make some modification in here in this function, in this file. First of all, we need to add. We can add created data. This is it can be needable, but it's not must. Also, we need to add. Can also add updated art, but most importantly, we can add image, which is avatar, is string. This one is also needable, and then we also want to add compare password. Compare password. So the password is just to want to compare password is just to check if the to make a password comparison. To check if the current password was changed. If it wasn't changed, we don't have to update anything. The following one is the following one is a reset token. So reset token is used to once user requests to change the password. So we generate the token and then we save it to user to this model. And then once user make a request with a new password to update, so we get the token, this token to update now the user's password. And then expired reset token expiration. That so this one is just to check if the token was expired. To target the data, the time the token is generated, and then the current time. So if the token is still available, is still valid or is now invalid. Okay, so in the schema, we need now to update. We need now to update all of this one, image. What else? Reset the token, and then what else? That's it. But we can add the created art, and then we don't actually need updated art. We don't need updated art because for user this doesn't make sense for user. Okay, that's it. Okay, so when you are creating the user here, where we are creating the user, where are you creating the user? First of all, so we need first of all here we need to hash the password there. We don't need to do the password in here. For example, we don't need to update the password in here, so we need to update the password, hash the password using the big crypt in here. So we don't need to do that in a router. Here is a bit clear, it's a bit clean. All right, let's go and do that. All right, so we have to do let's say press save middleware to hash the password. Okay, so what you do is, okay, the user, okay, let's see that. What you do is, okay, user schema, we take the schema and do press save, and then we pass our UI, our interface, user interface, and then we take a function which is just next. But first of all, we check if the password was modified. So we take the password, which is the field. If it was modified, so the password is equal to, so we hash the password. But we can do if it wasn't modified. It depends on how you want to do it. If it wasn't modified, you can return, but if it is modified, you just hash again the password and then call the next. So next, we can now pass the next. First of all, let's import we need to import the bit crypt, the bit crypt. So we check if the password is modified. If the password is modified, we take the new password, you hash it, and then for the bcrypt, you get bcrypt, we can just pass the password, current password, and then pass the salt, which is just 10. Pass some 10 digit, which we just hash our password, and then we save the hashed password. Yeah, the new password, the current password is equal to hashed password. And then another method, also another function also we want to do is add another method. Okay, so add a method to compare. So we just want to compare the password, the plain text, the plain text. So we can take the password. We take password dot methods dot compare password. So we used to take a function. Let's follow the AI. Let's see first. We don't need to do that. Sometimes it's a bit tricky. So what I want to do is, okay, schema. Don't want to that. AI is a bit tricky at this point here. We have to remove this one, and then we use schema dot method. We take the methods dot compare password. So compare password. This one is equal to function, async function, and then we will take now the candidate password. We will say, or can we call it candidate password? We call it password. Candidate password, which is equal to string, and then we take that password. We just do return. Can do return await bcrypt, and then we compile the password to the current password. So we take the candidate password there, the password that we pass in, we compare to the password which was already saved in the database. All right, so this is it for the modification. What else do you need to do? For create password, create user. Create user is not actually, we don't have anything to, we don't have to modify in here. Create user. This is it. That is so create user. But what we do is we can create another method here. Since this is a model, so we want to handle most of the things in here. You can create another method to handle save password, reset token, and its expiration, all of that. So we can create another one. Let's say save a password, save password, reset token, and then expiration date. So what you can do is you can do const. Let's see. Okay, the function will take save password will take user. Instead, you can take user ID. What you can do is const save password. So we'll take user ID. User ID also take token, which is equal to string, and then reset token expiration, which is equal to date. So, and then we call the DB here. So to connect it to the DB, if you watched our previous video, you already know about this. And then const user is equal to await dot find the user by ID, find user by ID, and then but we can call a function, a method called find the user by token, or find user by update date. Find user by ID and update. So that one, if you want to find it, what doesn't exist, that's what doesn't exist in here. So this is a built-in. These are built-in for MongoDB. I have something missing here. Right. So after that, what we want to do is find the user. Once you get the user, let's have a look. So we pass the ID. We pass the I. Let's see. You pass the ID, and then we can do let's pass a few things here. We can pass reset token, reset token, which is equal to token, reset token, and then expiration date is equal to expiration date, which is equal to expire at. This is the one we pass here, and then lastly we pass. No, this is the only one we pass. So we can call a method here, and then we call dot dot execute. So to just execute this one. But this is supposed to be, we don't need to call this, we don't need to return anything. So just call the method. So we must also check for typos. Since we have much modification here, we have to, you can use AI to check for the typos, but we just have to work slowly to check all the errors to make sure that we don't have any typo in here. All right, so this is it. For save password reset token. So this function, this method is just to reset the password, to save the password, the token, all of that. Okay, to save the reset password. What else do you need to create in here? I think this is it. This is it. But for now, we need to go first of all to go back to okay. We need to go back to our route. So here now we need to use, first of all, in our route, we need to generate the token. So generate token, pass the new user, generate token, save the token, all of that. So to do that, after you create the user, this is actually after when you create the user, so you can say here, generate the token, generate the token. So to generate the token, you can do const generate token. We want to pass, we don't want to do it here. Since we have already a function, so we can do token is equal to generate token, because remember the function is here, generate token is here, so this is the one we want to use. So we want to use this one here. It's equal to generate generate token, and then for this one we want to pass the user. The user we create here, this one. So once we get the user, we pass the user the user ID, and then we save that. So once we get the token, we need now to store the data, the token, set the cookies. So we can now do set token as secure HTTP only, HTTP only cookie. All right, so what we can do now is all right, so we take we want to return that the user was created successfully, and then also save the token. But first of all, what you can do, we don't need this one. What you can do is const response, a response is equal to a JSON. We pass the message. First of all. We pass the message. The status is 200, and then we pass the user. That's it. And then we want now to store. First of all, we want to take our response to cookie. We set down the cookies. Remember the same cookie we were accessing from on our middleware. So we take response. We can remove this one for now. Right. For now, I can remove this one. So we take our response dot cookies. Set the cookie. What we want to set. Remember middleware. Remember on the middleware here. This is the Auth token we are accessing. So we want to make sure that we are actually using the same Auth token, the same name. So we take here, we store Auth token, and then we pass the token. So this is the cookie we set, and then this is the same cookie we'll access in middleware here. So we set the token, and then HTTP only set to true. So for secure process, and then we access our environment node, what you say, for secure only if it's in the production. Since we are in development, you can see here in development. But if you deploy to our live server, so you have to change this to production. So once it is production, we set now to set the secure to true. We'll set secure to true. For development, we don't need to set that. And then for path, some more variable we can put. Some more params can put, but for now let's just set path. Path is equal to just is the home page. And then max, can set max age 7 days. It's okay. Max days is equal to 7 days. That's equal to 7 days. That's not bad. And then we just return the response. All right, so what's happening here? We create the user, which our method create user is here. We pass. Once you create the user, once you get the user, so now we want to generate the token. We generate the token. This is our method to generate the token. It's here. After generating the token, we pass the user ID, which is unique, and then once we get now the token, so we now to create now a response variable. So a response is equal to the response here, JSON, and then we pass the status. You can pass the message user created successfully, and then we pass the user, and then here after that we will now take our response, add the token, add the cookies, because the response already has cookies. So cookies.set, then we set our token, which will help us to check the session, check if the user exists, all of that with the middleware, and then HTTP only return the response. So that's it. You save that, and then that's it. If now you just save that, you go to our browser. We need to test now, but also you can try to console.log the response. Console.log response. So go back to our server. This is our server. Try to reload our browser. Sorry. So I'm using fake filler. So this to speed up. So just now try to send the request. So if it's successfully to redirect us to login. You can also have a look from here. No, this one. Scroll down. I want to see if there is any error. Nope. We're still waiting for the compilation. But you didn't see any error. All right. Okay. Now it looks like you are being redirected to the login, but we're supposed to see the response if the user was created. So what I can do, we want to see if the user was created successfully. That's what I'm trying to do here. If it's error, could also return error. Can also check from, let's try to reload. Don't worry about the errors. So with some errors here, we will handle it later. So this, try to ignore some of the errors here, warning messages here. Okay, so try now to say again, to sign up again so that you can see the response. Registration, internal server error. Up. Okay, so it looks like this is the problem is actually with the Mango. If you see here, the error says that uh, internal server error, but we're not supposed to be redirected to login if the user was not created. So we need to fix this one first. So you can go back to um, sign up registration, register here. You can check here. We can check for the status. If we can console.log this response. So we see, we want to see the status, and then just return because we don't want to do anything else. We don't want to be redirected, or we don't want to be redirected to the dashboard to login. All right, so back to sign up. We're trying to sign up again, so we want to see the logs. All right, so here is the logs. Status is 200, and then it's okay, but the user wasn't created successfully. And there is a message. If you go to look, you see that we have a message here, the last one. You have a message here that the internal server error message is that Mango's server selection error could not connect to any server in your MongoDB. Okay, So we can try to change this. Make sure that you have your MongoDB connected. So I want to change my password for check my password for MongoDB, and then I can reset again. All right, guys. So I updated my the MongoDB connection, the password, all of that successfully, and I also tried. I tried. That's why you see the logs there. So I can try to reload again. I want to reload there, so I can try it. So once, if you change the password, you must restart your server. Since we are using cache for MongoDB Atlas connection. Now try to send again the request. Now I want to see. Okay, the user was created successfully. This is the user and this is the username, but we are not being redirected there because let's see again. This is the logs. The logs that are actually coming from here. This one, you can remove these logs. If you want to see everything we are getting in here, so it's the response, the status, the text, we have the header, we have the header, content type, cookies. What this is the auth, the one we saved, the one we created there, and then body, and then body use all of that, the status, the type, all of that. So the information, all of them that are here, all the information are here. What we want to do is go back to our page, and then we want to redirect. We can also remove this one. So we want to redirect back to the login. So now we can close this temporary, reload again the page. We have the warning message there. Don't worry about that. We'll work on that later. Okay, now, so I'm going to copy this the email because we want to log in. So the login won't work because we haven't work on the login. We will work on that first. So let's go and try again. So this will redirect us back to the login. Okay, now we are login. So if you try to log in, I pass my email, this won't do anything. It won't do anything because the login is not there yet. So we'll have to work on the login. All right, let's go and do that. All right, so for the login, we need to first of all go to our API. So you can we can create a folder. You can create our auth, NextAuth. So we go to our API here. So we need to create a folder called auth, and then in auth, so we need also to create now dynamic folders, dynamic route. So where Next.js NextAuth can now make a request for to check session, login, authenticate the user, all of that. So here we can create a folder, do dynamic, the way Next.js we create a dynamic folder route, which is that we use a three dot, and then we want to pass the route name, which will be next auth lowercase, and then save that. Okay, since we are using Next.js 15 plus, so the way to access the route, so you must have a route folder. So that's why you have to create a folder within this one, called create a folder called route.tsx. Make sure that the folder is within route. Is it within dynamic folder? All right. So in this folder, this is where now Next.js can make a request for the credentials to access. NextAuth can make the request to access, to check the session, to check if the user is authenticated, all of that in here. So the route I want to show you that is in app. app API slash auth, and then so make sure that the folder is in here. If it's not in here, you will get an error. So this won't work for you. All right. So what we want to do now is we want to import NextAuth. Then also want to we are not using a Google. We're not using a provider, Google Cloud provider for now. This is just a login, simple login. You can also import credential. So credentials from NextAuth slash providers slash credential. What else do we need to import here? Also need to import fund user by email. Fund user by email from our user model. Okay, what else we need to import? We can also import bcrypt. Import bcrypt. Import bcrypt from bcrypt. Bcrypt from bcrypt.js. All right, so what we want to do, we want to create a export function. Can do export auth options. These are options which can be reused. So for the options, first of all, we want to create our credentials. Our AI is helping us to just generate everything at once, so we don't have to type one by one. All right, so credential providers. So provider, we have credentials, which this one we can actually call it credential provider. We must work one by one. It's a bit tricky. We need to work slowly. Go to step by step so that you don't make mistake. Because if you make a single mistake, it won't work. What I can do, can remove this one. Remove this from here, and then we create credential provider. Credentials provider. Okay, so for the credential provider, now we need a name, so we pass the name. Name is equal to credential, and then we also need auth. Let's see. Okay, we'll check on this one. Okay, so for the name for our credential is equal to credentials, and then for credentials we need now to pass a couple of things in here. We want to pass the email. We pass email, which is the type is equal to email, and then password type is equal to password. Label name, label password, and then type is password. So these are things we use in the front end there. We will use it on the front end there also. All right, so after that we just pass our credential to authorizer. This is the authorize. We pass our credentials, and then which now we access. We can validate. For example, here we can say validate credentials. Validate credentials from the database. All right, so we can check. We can check if credential let's see if credential If there's no credential, okay, credential is required, invalid credentials, but you can also check if credential.email, we want to return that error, invalid credential. But here, what you can do instead, I can do something like this to make the error a bit clear. Invalid credential, but if there is no email, so we can specify this one here to help user understand that invalid email. And then also, if there's no password, we can also return different one, invalid password. Okay, so this is it. Since we are using TypeScript, so we're supposed to specify the credential. It doesn't matter, we will work on that later, the type of credentials. All right, so once you get this, we want now to fetch the user from the database. So we want to fetch the user from the database. We can remove this one. Fetch the user from the database. So user is equal to await find user by email. Our email here, pass the email. So since we don't have email, we could also just keep this one. We get this from here. So get the user by email. So if the user is, and if there is no user, if the user is nil, user not found. You can also return. You can also specify or give a different error message if the user is not found. It depends on what you want to do. So if you find the user, you want to now use is the password correct? If the password is correct, so is equal to await. So you wait bcrypt to compare password. So we use the bcrypt to compare our password. So the current password, the password we get from the input here, and then we did the current password from the user. So we use bcrypt to compare the password. So if it's okay, if it's not correct, so we return invalid password. Else we just return the user. So just simple as that. So if you can just return the user, but we can specify what we want to return. You can return, for example, ID, name, email, username, username. What else do you need to return? Image. So this depends on whatever you want to return here, but this is what's supposed to return for credential. All right. That's it. So return an object. After that, so we need to specify the secret. Okay, so another option also we need to return in here. So this was credential. Up here, this was credential. So we need to also return to pass another, which is also, we can also pass session. So session, because the user need to access the session. We need to get the session from the front end. Session is equal to, we specify that the strategy for session is equal to JSON web token. And then for secret, which is now we access the secret from our local .env. This is the one. Remember, is the same token as this one. This could be different token, but since all of them are saving for the same purpose, so we just use the same token. Doesn't matter. Remember, this is supposed to be secret. This is not the public. Right. So we access now the token. Right, and then we're just now going to, I think I can add some comment to help you see what is happening here. So for here, so that's session options, and then after that we just want to let me do this. So the options, the next auth handler connect the configuration with the Next.js. So this is what we want to do. So the default Next.js to handle handler, the default handler, the default NextAuth handler to, let me add proper comment. I want you to see, so I don't have to explain much. NextAuth authentication handler. So we can now create, first of all, I can do const handler is equal to the handler is equal to next auth, and then we pass our options. So after that, we need now to export. There's a couple of things we need to export. We need to export handler, and then also export get method, and then also handler as also post. Because we can do post method, and then we can also do get method. So get is that's because we can get the session, we need to check the session, all of that. But post also need to post the logins. So that's why we need to export all of these ones here. Session, this is actually giving some errors since it's TypeScript. That's why. What I can do for this one, I can change this. I can change this to this one, not supposed to be TypeScript. .tsx. This let's just set this to JavaScript. So simple JavaScript. And then this one, we have an error here. Credentials. Why you have this one here? Credential providers, supposed to import to credential providers. This is supposed to be credential providers. What else? And here is supposed to be .js. We have an error. If you look at my bottom here, so we have an error. We need to check on that error. This could be typo. This is probably the typo. We want to walk through first of all some errors we have. App, API, and then models. And then get the user model. What else? Where is that error coming from? You can check for errors. Where is it coming from? First of all, I can try to comment this one. See, not the error is not from here. Can check from up here? Nope. So check probably the options. Export export const is equal to options, and then create options. So if you remove options, let's remove options. Save that. Error is coming from option. So option is something we are missing here. Since we used AI auto generate some things, so you must be have to check everything step by step. Options. provider. Okay, what you can do, you can give AI to check for typo. To save time, you can use Copilot. Let's check for typos. Okay, you can use AI to check for error. Since let's see. Okay. All right, let's take that one. Looks like the error here. The AI say, okay, line 2, credential provider. Oh, okay, I can see. That's the error. Credential provider. So using AI is not a sin. It's not bad. It's good for you to speed up things, find errors, save time, all of that. This one, but looks like we still have uh, something else here. I think I didn't copy it properly. Need to go back. This is the one. Try to copy this again. Then remove this. Just give it time. Okay, then put again. So now let's see where is the error coming from again now. Try to save. If you try to save and then restart the server, this can also give you, can tell you where is the error. Not seeing that. Okay, the error is actually gone. Sometimes it's a cache problem, so you have to restart your server to wait until the error is gone. All right, so the things is everything is still actually the same. What the error was actually the provider. We didn't type it correctly, and then AI also suggests that you could check for the password there if this one is not empty before, and then also check for password, all of that one. All right, this is it for the router. It looks like we're still having the same problem. Still having the same error. We will, I don't know, we just let it go for now. Since we are not seeing any error from the server, we will check on that later. All right, so what we want to do now is now to test now the login. Can close this one. I don't want to save that. That is TypeScript. I don't want to save that for now. We can also close this one, and then close the user. We'll get back to the user model, then also close this one. Okay, so we want to test our. We want to now go to our login. Where is our login? Because we are defining our login, so we are not using. We are defining our login page. So we can go to where is our login. Login. Our login is here. Auth. Remember, this is not the auth from API. So we have an auth from API and then auth within our app route. App route. So this one, we need now to make now the request to our server so that now we can log in to check the login, all of that. This is what we did before, but we want to check first of all. Another thing we want to do in Auth is to check if we actually have if they actually we have the session. Okay, we need to check if you have the session. So to check that, so Auth, NextAuth, NextAuth provides us a way to access the session from the client. So we need to work on that. First of all, we need to create a file where now we can manage the session from the client, all of that. Okay, let's go and do that first. All right, so to use, first of all, before even starting accessing the session here, we want to go first of all to our layout. Layout. We want to wrap our layout in the session. Remember, we want to access that session everywhere from our application. So to do that, we can we can create a function file, a new file within our route, within the app root here, app folder. We need to create a file, no, not within this, but this is app here. We need to create a file. Need to create a file called client session. Client session. So this will help us now to, we call the session, get the session from the server, and then we use the client component so that we can now access from, reuse it from the application, from the front end. Client session, and then this is going to be client session provider dot we can set we can use TypeScript. .tsx TypeScript. Okay, so for this one, we need to do a couple of things in here. First of all, we can, this is going to be client. Use client, and then we want now to import now session provider. So we want to import session provider from React, and then also we can now also import React node, and then now we can now create now or export now the function client session provider, which will just return children. So whatever children you pass in here, but we need to also define interface. Interface. So interface, we're going to have client session provider, and then client session provider props, and then we pass children. Children is equal to node, and then this is what we are going to use here. So for here, yeah, this one we can just use our session here, client session provider. You can save that. Okay, so this is very simple. Since you want to import the session, we want to use the session from the server. So we want to wrap the session with our app layout. So if we go now to our app layout, this one, we want to now to wrap with our session, because we want to access the session. For example, I want to show you an example. If you go to our original application here, if you are login, if the password is correct or is not correct, I'm not sure. Okay, the password is correct, but if I want to go back to the home page, so I can show you why we want to wrap this, because even here within this page we're also using the session. We want to access the session in different way. Now we can see here, since we have the session, so that's why we want to, the whole layout is wrapped with our session. So in this case here, in our application here, on our layout, we want to now to wrap the session Want to wrap this guy here, but not even that. We just the children. This one can do client session provider. This one, close that, then pass the children. Make sure this one was imported automatically. We don't need this one. We can just replace has no default. Okay, all right, let's keep that way. Go back to client session provider. Yes. All right, so now we save that. If everything goes well, so you want to have an error, you can try to just restart our application. Need to restart application. Wait for application to get ready. All right, so now we go back to our browser. This is the original application, the one in the port 3000, our original application, and this one is port 3001 is our current application. So if now I just want to go to the home page to see if you have any error, this is what we're trying to do here to see here. You can also have a look from our terminal to see if is there any error. Okay, we don't have any error, so everything is fine. Now next, so what we want to do, since we don't have any error, so that means our session is working here. We are able to make the request to the we are able to check the session, but we need to confirm that first by going to login. We need to work on the login first. So this is the login. This is the login, Auth, and then we have this page here, the login. So for the login, we want to get the session. Okay, for the login, we want to use the session. We want to get the React, can say import, because we want to log in. We can also want to use effect, but we also want to import use session from NextAuth/React. Okay, so down here, what we want to do first of all is want to get the session, want to check if the user is logged in. The reason why we want to check that is, for example, if you go to our original application, and then I go to login/login. No, this is how we access our login. Auth and action is equal to login. So this will redirect me back to the dashboard. This will take my session if I'm logged in. Yeah, if I'm logged in, if the session exists, this will redirect me back to the dashboard. So this is what we are trying to do here. Okay, we want to use effect to check unload to check the session, but we also want to use the router. We also want to use import use router from Next navigation. Okay, so for the router, we can do const router is equal to use a router, and then after that we want to check for something. First of all, we want to check if we have session. But since we also want to get the session, we can do const session session. Okay, for session now we need to do data, data, and then we pass session. So we can get session and then get another thing. So also we want to get, we can get it session, get status, all of that. Okay, so we can do if session. We can pass. Let's follow the AI a little bit. All right. So if you have session, we can go to dashboard, or you can say you go to dashboard. If you have session, go to dashboard. So we do a router. We take our router here, dot push. So we push dashboard there. So down here we just pass session. We just want to pass the session. That's it. So because we don't want to pass the router. We just want to pass sessions because we only want to load it once. Sometimes if you pass the route, it will keep reloading, check, go back and forth, back and forth. So we don't want to do that. We just want to load it one. Dependencies, you just pass the session. All right. This one we can actually say redirect to the dashboard if session exists. Okay. Next, what we want to do. I think that's it for the session. We can save that to check for the errors before continue. We want to check for the errors. Save that. This is our original application, so we need to go to our current application. Try to reload. So we are getting an error here. Error. So that one is once it's loading once the first time, get that error. So we need to check. Let's give it time. But what we can also try to reload there. We are getting, now you can see that we are making requests to our upper router, to our folder which we created here, API, then auth session, NextAuth. So we are making a request to check the session and all of that. What I think is what we should do. For example, we can try to stop the server and then reload it again. Can also clear here and then reload to see now, to see the change. So go back to our browser. Sometimes if it happens that you still getting error, you can go and delete this folder next .next. This is the builder or build next builder. We're having an error. Invalid password. Okay. Here, this is the error we are getting. So we need to check. We need to fix that one first, and then we'll get back to our login. So to fix that one, this one don't need it. I'm sure you have completed this one, so we can close this one, and then session. This is our auth and NextAuth session, where we need to check the session and check all the login, all of that. So the error we are getting is from here. We need to fix that error. Let me check how we can fix it. Okay, so we can remove this. I think If you don't have a password or email, you will have an error. So what we can do here, we can take credential. We can use this credential.email. So we can use that one that way. First of all, if you don't have email, we return error. But we can also pass question mark to check, because if the variable is nil, doesn't exist, we will get an error. That's why you see also we are getting that error. So we also need to get this one. For password, we also need to access password this way, since we have removed the one was there. All right. So save that. Then we try to stop the server and then reload again. We can go back to our application, try to reload. Just wait, it will reload automatically. It will reload automatically. All right, so we want to see now again the request. Want to check again for the errors, if you get an error. So we are not seeing any error, so I mean everything is fine. Okay, all right. Now we can now go back to our auth. So we make the request to check for the session, all of that. So you can ignore this message for now. If you want to pass the route, it will be, this will start throwing you error. We don't want to see that. Ignore this message for now. We will work on that later. All right. Okay, so back to the login. After checking the session, now we can just create a function. Create, we can do this after. Can create a login, login function. So for the login function, we can do const handle login. AI can help us to speed up this. Const handle login. Login is equal to new URL. Let's check. First of all, this we need to access. No, this is not correct. Const handle login. Handle login is equal to await. We don't need to access that way. We don't need to do that. We sometimes don't follow AI. So handle login, we get the form data, a form event. So we want to prevent default behavior for submitting or reloading the page. Event dot prevent default. So after that, we can now set error to nil. Set error to nil. I'm sure this is the error. Where's error again? This one I don't know where is that coming from actually. Sorry, I don't know where is that coming from. There's so much here, so we need to clear up the place, but let's just focus on what we are doing. We don't have error here. We need to, why you don't have this? Is this the right function? Is this the right template? Login, yes. This is not supposed to be login here. This is not supposed to be this is not supposed to be here, sorry. So we have to remove this one. Remember, the login is actually this template. So this is a component, so we need to do this in this component here. If you go back, to the top here, this is the login template. So need to do this in here. Yes. So that means everything in here, in this function, this template, we want it to be clean. We don't want to do anything in here. So we can copy all this, remove all this one, take it to login template. Yes, all of this one, and then take the, we want to take the session and data, use effect, all of this one, remove, and then also delete this one. Don't need this one here because we try to separate the things to clear the template, so we don't have to have, we don't want to have much things in here. So once you go back to the login, and then you want to paste everything in here, so you want to handle it in here. All right, so now here we can now create now the login. Actually the login was already here. We have a login function already here. Okay, so for the login, you can also validate your email, all of that, but you can validate the email. You can check if 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 email and password is not there, all the fields are required. You can also specify one by one. Let's say, for example, if there's no email, we return email is required, and if there's no password, set password is required, and then validate email. So I can do if email does not include at, so we return error. But invalid email. Okay. We can also check password, but we don't need to do that. Password is ready. We are already checking here actually. Okay, so after that, what's the, we need now to check for the credential. We can use the callback. We can use the we can use NextAuth to log in the user. We don't have to do it manually here. So what we want to do here is can do try catch. And set it loading to true. We can do try catch. We don't want to, we are not using it manually, so we can do try catch. That's why AI keeps suggesting what to do. We don't want to do that. Try catch const response is equal to await. So we wait for credential. Wait for sign in, which we don't have. So sign in, and then we pass the name is actually credential. Sign in, we pass the email and then password, redirect it to false. So if you catch error, we can also pass the callback there. So if you catch error, so you can set error if you catch error. If response, can do if error, or if response and dot data. If response dot error, we can pass error, else we can pass fail to login. but we also have our customer error which we haven't we can check if you have it already. Customer error, we don't have custom error. We can create it to handle the TypeScript errors. TypeScript interface. Right, so if you have error, a response, if we have error in the response, we can show it, else we just show failed to login. Right, so if you get the response here, there's a couple of things we need to do. We can check if the response is equal to okay. We just redirect the user to a dashboard. So we can use the route.push, and then if there is URL, can add callback here, callback dashboard. If there is URL, so can check if response.url, we can pass it, you can follow the URL, else you just go to dashboard. That's if the response is equal to okay. Else we can do something like set error, failed to login, failed to login, and please try again. Failed to login, please try again. Okay, so let's work on let's check for sign in. So we need to import, since here we are importing use session, we're only importing use session, but we also need to import the sign in. What else do you need to import? I don't know, just sign in. We'll remove this one. Just sign in. Import sign in from NextAuth / React. So we are importing a use session and then sign in. So the use session, we just use it here to check the data. You can also check for the status down here. You can also check for the status. So the status will help you if it's loading, if it's checking the request, all of data. I can show you how to use that. Just somewhere here, and check if status show is loading. We just show is loading. So if we save that, go back to our login. So to access the login here, I want to show you how we can access the login. We need a way to access the login. If you want, you can do it manually, but since we are under development, we can handle that. Go to header. Here is the login. So now header, if you try to go to, actually if you try to go to dashboard, this will send you back to the login. Let's try to see. Try to go to dashboard. This is taking time since application is reloading. Nextjs usually take time. If you restart the server, take time to compile everything. So you can actually see what is happening from here. Now the dashboard is compiled, and then dashboard is successful. If you go back, now this is taking us back to the dashboard. So we have a token. Since remember we created the user and then we logged in, we set the token. So we have token. So the only thing you should do is to log out, so that now we can now see the dashboard. So you need to log out. So let's first work on the logout so that can help us to clear the token. Since we sign up with the user, remember last time you created it, you sign up, so the user, we have actually the token. Let's go and work on the sign out. All right, so for sign out, we need to go to our dashboard. Let's go first to our dashboard. Where's our dashboard? This is the dashboard, and then dashboard page. Okay, here we need to use the session in here so that we can now access the sign out all the method, all the methods from NextAuth React. So we can import session and then import also sign out, sign in, all of that. Okay, import use session, and then sign out. We just need the sign out. I don't think we need sign in for now. All right, let's go, and then down here, where is our dashboard? Dashboard slot. Where is it? Okay, this is our dashboard slot. Here we need now to we need to first of all we need to get say const session data, which is equal to session. We have session data. So we get session, and then also the status. We can also get sign in. No, just status. That's that's okay. Sign out method, we call it there. All right. So after, we can now create authentication. If you go to material UI, where's material UI? So material UI, MUI dashboard. Dashboard, the one actually with the user layout, with the dashboard layout plus avatar. We can find it somewhere here. Which one is it again? Can just scroll down. Yes, just one got the authentication. So this is the one we want to use. So if you see here, the material UI dashboard layout, authentication. To see authentication. So this is how we use the authentication. So React memo authentication is equal to React.use memo, and then we pass all of that. So you can copy this. You can actually copy this one, the way it is. Then take it to here. You can just use this function here. All right. So here we can now pass authentication. Pass the authentication here. So you can pass session. Here we pass session. We pass our session and then pass authentication. We pass now this authentication. Session, set session, we don't have this one. Instead, we want to call the method. We want to call it the sign out method. Sign out method. So we have here sign out, sign in. Even actually, this one is a default content, which we don't need. This is the sample content. We don't need to use this one actually. So once we define to return, we just return sign in. We are not importing sign in, so we can also import sign in. First of all, let's import sign in so that it doesn't complicate you. Or we actually have the sign in here. Sign in. So we're just going to return an object, so which we have object. So which will have sign in. Sign in as a method, and then also sign out. What else do you need to return? That's it. So for sign out, we can do something. For example, sign out is equal to function, and then we can now access our sign out here, because it's couple of things. Sign out, what you want to do, sign out dot redirect equal to false, but redirect not false. We can actually do a callback. We can actually, I can use callback. Why we want to what we want to do is, once the user sign out, once you call the sign out method, we want to redirect you back to the home page. So we don't want you to hang around here or to being redirected back to login. We want to redirect you back to home page. So callback. So for callback, we can go just, we can redirect the user to the login. No, to the home page. Sorry. Okay, that's it. And then if you save that, we've got a couple of things to correct here. The status, we will check on that. We will work on the status. So status is just to check if it's loading. We will show it here. Status, if it's loading, we will show the status loading, all of that. Okay, save. Let's go back to our application. This application, if you try to reload it, we are expecting to see not that method here. We don't want to see that. You don't want to have this type of login. We want to use our own login, not this one. So that means I can remove the sign in here. Okay, so first of all, let's check. We don't want to use that login here. The sign in, the default sign in for the credential for NextAuth. We want to use our beautiful sign in. We can stop the server and then restart again to see. Okay, let's go back. Okay, we don't want to go there. Go back to home page. Okay, if you try to go to dashboard, this usually take time for the Next.js. For Next.js, the first load, so it's taking time to compile everything. Compiling the dashboard, compiling everything, and then redirect us. Okay, so we don't want to see that here. That's the thing. I don't want to see that. We don't want to see that. We want to change. We don't want to see that. Instead, we want to see user avatar, user avatar, so that you can get the method. We see, for example, here, we want to get this method. And if you go to our application, we are also having the conflict. Since we have another application running here, so we have to be patient. Try to balance two applications at once. So we have our original application, and then we have our current application. So we're having problem with the token. So unless we decide to stop our current application, we can close that one, and then this one. So I also need to stop the server for our original application. Let me do that. So I stopped our our original application. First of all, we want to check if it's loading. We want to use the status to check if it's loading. So here, can check if is loading. So can do if the status is equal to loading, we want to show loading, but we can also return app provider, return app provider, so that you can access the layout. App provider can use box, and then style, which can set display flex, justify center, all of that, to just set things in the middle, and then progress, and then close that. We need to close this one. Close this one. A circle, can do circle progress. I think this was imported. It was imported automatically from Material UI. Yeah, this one. So what next? If that is if it's loading, and then next we can check the session. Check the session. So for the session, we can also do the same thing. If there's no session, we can AI is helping us to just go faster. So if there's no session, we can return app provider again, and then there's no session. If there's no session, we can now show, can use typography, and then say you are not signed in, something like that. So it depends on if you want to redirect the user, the login. Say login. Please sign in. Sign in. So we can use a link here. Link to Material UI. No, sorry, to login. To go to login. Auth, and then action. Action is equal to login. And then just put this here. You can also add some class name, underline, and then text blue. All of that, save that. So trying to see, we don't want to see that. We will work on this. I don't want to be redirected to this one. I want to go to our login, to our login template. So if you try to go to dashboard, they will redirect you back to there. So we can change is some things we need to change there from our middleware. We can change that to see where the user is supposed to be redirected. First of all, this is it for checking session, and then all of that. And then else we need to show this one here. If you remove the session, I don't know if okay, just keep that for now. All right, so can go back to the top. back to the top where we are defining our session, all of that here. So this is the router. So I can try to remove this method, sign in method, to see. Okay, good. Sorry, not that. That is 404. Go back to the login, to the home page. So I need to go back to the home page. So this is actually the middleware, which is redirecting us to the default sign in. We don't need that. We want to change that. But first of all, we want to fix some few things here. All right. So we need to change that. We don't need to be redirected here. We need to go to our login, our template. Okay, let's go and do that first. All right, guys. So, all right. So, we need to handle this one. I think we need to go to we need to go to our Auth API, and then Auth folder, and then also where is our dynamic NextAuth router. So here we need to add our custom. So need to add page, and then we redirect it to this one. But not that one. We need to redirect it to action is equal to login to our custom page. So if we save that one now, so we need to remove this one and then test it again. So if you try to go to page now, this will redirect you back to our custom home page. So we have sign up and then back to login. So we need now to test the login. First of all, we need to create a user. Create a user. So can get this the email. Then I need to add the term of condition. Okay, check the term and condition, and then now we are being redirected to login. So since we are using fake filler, so we get the password, and then I also change the email here. Now let's try to log in again. Now we are being redirected to our dashboard. Congratulations. So job well done. Now we are in our dashboard. So now we can see the user is here. So log out. We need now to go to home page. It's supposed to go to our home page, but this is redirecting us to an old home page. So I know what is happening is that our current server is actually running on port let's see, if you go to localhost, so the server is actually running on port 3000. So we need to reset the server to make sure that everything is running on port 3000. All right, so let's try to reload now this. All right, so if you try to go back to the login, to the dashboard, this will take time, needed for the compilation. Right, so once you hit the dashboard, and then check for the session, you find that we don't have session, this will redirect you back to the login. So this is what is happening here. Okay, so This is it, guys. So okay, now we need to work on first of all, we need to work on sandbox, sandbox dot Mailtrap. We need to work on Mailtrap so that we can now reset the password. All right, let's go and do that first. All right, so if you don't have Mailtrap, you can go sign up. You can sign up for free. You can use also. I think there's some limit of emails which you can send. You can see here I send 500 emails per month for development. So once you sign up, this will take you to this this home page. So from here, you can now go to the inbox. You create, I think you go to your inbox. Yes, inbox. And then from the inbox, you will see now this whatever this app. Whatever, you can use the API, you can use another whatever, but in this in this we are just going to use SMTP. So you can reset your credentials, you can set the credential or reset the credential. It's a bit clear, it's not that complicated. So for example, this one, I can just copy this one to test the email. I can copy and go to my let me open git bash, and then I'll just paste this one here. I'll be able to send the email. So if I just press enter, the email was sent. Let's see, the email was sent successfully. If we go back to my Mailtrap, you can see that the email was sent successfully. Yeah, so this is it. Just go inbox and then you get the whatever the SMTP credentials, so we can use that to send now the email. All right, so if I go back to inbox, this is inbox, and then click the inbox, and then here we see the credentials. So for credential, we need the user. I can copy the password. So I need to copy the password. Copy the password, go to my .env. So I need to add the password here. So I need also to copy username. You copy the username here, and then the default port, and then the host is equal, the SMTP host is equal to sandbox.smtp.mailtrap.io. So this is just so easy to create. It's not complicated. So if you have already installed the if you have already installed the node mailer, let's see, what's the package name again? Node mailer. If you have already installed this one, so you are good to go. You don't have much to do. You just have to go and then work on our email. All right, so that is it for setting up SMTP. It's not that complicated. So just it's just that one. What I want to do now is we can now go ahead and then create our settings for resetting password and all of that. All right, so first of all, we need to go to I can close this one. We will test it. We will check it later if you want to test the application. All right, so forget password, go to forget password. So here we need to send to get now the to send now the email, request the send the reset link or request the reset password link token. So if we go to that template currently, we can close this all of this one for now. We will get back to this later. If you go to that template currently, where is it again? Forgot password email. Here. We don't have much here to do, so we need to work on this one, sir. To work on all of this one. Right, so what we can do, since we need the email and then error is loading, this is the only things we need here. We can also need message. We can also add message. Const message is equal to set message. If you get message, we'll show it there. Okay, what we can do now, can use effect. Use effect. So we can now use effect to reset the emails. So we need to reset the email. So once you get the email, you can reset the email to check if email is not empty. So what you can do here is we can set message to empty, set message to nil, reset the message, and then also set the error to nil. After that, we need to handle this one. You don't need this. We need to remove this one because we need to make some change here. Right. If email is empty, email is required. You can validate email. So validate if email doesn't include at, so require this to return an error, and then send password request. Send now the request to get the new password or the token. So we can set all of this one to nil, and then we can do try catch. Try catch now. We can say okay. Okay, const response response is equal to await. Await you can use axio. Sorry, await and use axios is equal to sorry axios dot post axio dot post, and then we want to pass email and then content type. We want to pass also, set also the header, which is content type, which is just going to be JSON applications as JSON. So once we get that, see, so dot, then if you want to do that, then it's okay, but you can just take the response. If you have the response, we can set is loading to false, then also set the message to response.data.message. So because you want to access the message from, or the message you get from the server. All right, so if you have error, you can set error. We can set the error. But first of all, I want to tell you that we can use you see this one with TypeScript, we keep seeing the same error. So we can fix this error by going to our utility. We are coming here, we are coming back here. Let's just work on that one. Go to our util, and then create. We need to create a file called custom error dot need to create custom error dot ts custom error dot ts. But instead, what you need to create, not that, but you could, I think we have that ready. I think we have custom error handle, custom error interface for TypeScript. I think we have it. Let's go ahead and check for it. Types. Yes, we have custom error. So we need to use this one here. so that you can stop seeing this error. So to handle this here, we can do const error. Const error is equal to, or const error is equal to error as custom error. Custom, let's try to get it automatically. Some error now it's here, so we can import it from our type, from types. So this is now what we can pass here. So you can pass now this one here. So I mean, if you don't get, you can use now question mark here. For example, I see this one. Custom error data. Mm. Okay, so what you do is if you don't have error, if you have, let me try to change this so that I can see what is happening here. You go to error, and then this is going to be error. So we can take our error and then show it here. So sorry, if you have error, we'll show error here. Else we just set that, okay, something went wrong, maybe something went wrong to the server. That's it. Okay, so Axio is not there. We make sure that, to make sure that you have Axio, go to package. Make sure that you have Axio installed. Axio is there. We can install Axio as npm install iAxio. We can do dash legacy dash pure dash depths. Don't want to have, you don't want to see that problem, that issue about the conflict about React version. So let's restart this one. Okay, so close that. Okay, Axio, what is, we need to import Axio, import Axios from Axio. Okay, so we do try catch. If you get error, we pass the error. Okay, if you get error, you pass the error. That's it. You don't have much to do there. So down here, we are actually showing the error. We are showing our error here down. So this is the error we are showing. So we can also show the message. We need to show the message. So if it's successfully, we can show, if message, we want to show message, text green. Okay. Another thing also we forgot to do is in the login. In the login, you can show the status, but also if the message, if you have message, we also need to show the message. We don't have message here. No, not login, actually the sign up. So that you can handle that. Try to handle that by yourself. What you can do here is just fix that error. Fix also this error. So we can do const error is equal to, so we need to get also error as as a custom error. Yeah, so custom error, we need now to access the data, and then error is the same thing as here. You have to make sure it's matching. Yeah, so error data, and then as we need to access. We still have a couple of errors, status we are not using, so we can remove it since we are not using it to avoid that error. So close that for now. All right, so here now we will make a request to API auth and then forgot password. So we need to make sure that this endpoint exists. So you're gonna go back to our API. API, we don't have that endpoint here. So what can we do? So we need to create that. If you don't have it, you need to create the endpoint. So we need to create forgot password. Go to API. Here within the API, we can create a route. So folder forgot password, and then within here, I can create now a route .tx ts. All right. So here we need now to add a post method, which now we need to post the request to get the request so that you can get the token. Since I think we also need to create another route within this one, like new password. New password. So in here, you can also create a route .ts. Okay, if you can allow me, I can paste some content here, so to speed up, because I don't want the video to get very long. All right, so I pasted some content here, some code here. So I don't want to type. It's I want to take much time explaining all of typing everything. All right, so this what we have here. I can explain to you first. First of all, this is our forgot password, where you make a request to get the token. So we need to go. I want to show you is actually close this one. Is actually in we go to our forgot password route folder. So this is the route we are using, and then this is the sub route, which is a new password. That this one is used to. This is used to create a new password. This is the one. You can see the error here is requesting for password, new password, which you don't have. Password, hash password. So we need to create this one. But first of all, for the route to request password, so we make sure that you go to forgot password here, and then you create a route in here. So we have route, main route, and then sub route, which is a new password. So for the main route, let's start with main route first. For the main route here, we need to access. We just import next response, and then find user by email, and then also save password request. This is the method which we created. If you go to, can close this one, then close this one, and this one. Close also this. We don't need this one. Can close this for now. So if you go to user, we search for our user model. So this is the function we have. This is the method we need to use there. So if you save, let's see what happened. I want to show you that message, that function method in here. This is the one. If you save it, so this is the function we are using there. So we need to make sure that we are exporting that function. Exporting it. So the error is gone. Now if you come back here, we export that function. And then we have a send email, which we don't have. We need to create send email. So we are going to create that. The function which we use to just send email. So this is the only things we are exporting here. So we are going to create this one, send email. Don't worry about this. I just want to walk you through what we have in here. So we have crypto, which is just to a Node.js library for secure random token generation. So we make post method, post request with the post function. we get the body which will only access the email, and then if the email is empty, the email we return the error email is required. So we found the user by email. You already know this, find user by email. Here you have find user by email. Find user by email. So if there is no user, we return user not found error 404. And then else we request generate now the token, generate a secure random token for password reset. Reset token is equal to crypto dot random byte 32 to string. So we generate the token. So we set now the expiration date. So this is the expiration date. If we go here to our model, we have now the expiration date here. Remember we created this one, and then for the expiration date, we set it to 1 hour. So this depends. You can set it to 1 hour. You can set to I don't know, few minutes. So this depends on how we want to do it. You can set to 30 minutes, 2 minutes. This depends on how you want to set it. So after, if you get that, so we call now the save password reset token. So the method now you see in here. This is the method now. So this is the method. Once you call this method, this method will take user ID and then reset token, which is string, and then reset token expression date, which is just date. We connect to our database, MongoDB, and then find user and update. So we pass the ID and then update. We updated this one. We should just call the execution. Right. So this is what you pass in here. That's it. What next? Construct the reset password link. So this is the only thing we need to create here. So we create a reset link is equal to process.env next public. So we take our public URL, the base URL. If you go to localhost, and sorry, .env environment variable, which we have here. So next public base URL, so it's just the app URL. So if it's in a production, so this will be probably your domain name, and the domain name you won't pass this one, the port name, port number. You don't need this one in the production. All right. So once you pass this, and then we are just constructing. You pass auth, and then you pass action. Remember the action. Here is the action. Action, forgot the passwords, and then we will change action to reset password. Action is equal to reset password, and then token. You construct all of this one. I'm sure you remember what you created before, the template we are building. So I can go to reset password component. This is the reset password component. If you see here, in the reset password component, but not there in Auth. Reset password component, this one is only accept the token. This will only accept the token, the function is only accepting the token, waiting for the token. So the main function is actually from here. This is where we are checking for a reset password. Remember we worked on this reset password, so this is how it works in here. We construct the URL, you pass the reset password, and then you pass the token, you send, you return now the link. We send now the email to the user. So we take our email, we call now the send email, the function we will create it. We don't have it yet, so we are going to create this one. We send email, so email, and then plus this one. Email now is coming from the user. So if the email was sent, if the email is not empty, if it's nil, you return message failed to send email, and then with the status 500. Else we return message password reset email sent. And then if we got error, we return. So this is what the only thing we have in here. Right, so if we go to, we will create this one. So if we go back to reset email, reset password, reset password, we also need to get the hash password, which you don't have. We will create this one. Once we get the hash password, the job is just to generate the new password using the big crypt. So if you see here, we import as usually, we get the user, we get the next response. So once we get the next response and then next request, and then the method is equal to post. We get the request, we get the body. So we want to access the token. So remember, the token is required. So once in the request password here, once we are sending this to the user, this token to the user, so user need to send the token back when the users make posting or sending a request to confirm to set a new password. So token plus new password. So if there's no token or there is no new password, so the token and new password is required. This is the only thing we have in here. So the user is equal to user.find request. We just pass find one, and then a request token. We pass token, and then we execute. So user is equal to await user.find one. So reset token, we pass the token, and then execute. So if there's no user, if you don't have user in the database with that token, with this token, so we return error. The token was expired. The token is invalid. The token invalid or expired. Else, and check if the token has expired. You can check also if the token has expired. Equal to date is equal to current date. If is equal to is greater than new token dot user dot reset token. So if it's a greater, we return error. The token was expire. Status 400. Hash password. So we need to create this one. Hash password. You just take new password and then hash the password. We're using bcrypt and then we return the password, which now will update here. We call the executor. So we do again find user by ID and update. So you pass the ID, you pass the new password, then token is equal to nil to clear the token, and then reset the expired token. Reset the token to nil also to clear the expiration data, and then execute. So return the password was reset successfully. So you can go ahead and type everything. Just go slowly, type everything. All right. So if we want to start first of all with the let's start with the email. Start from here. You want to test the email. So for the email, you see that it's supposed to be in utils. So you can go to utils here, create email .ts. .ts. So you can use the TypeScript or JavaScript. It doesn't matter because most of the things you are using there is from the package. Yeah. All right. So we need to import. We need to import node mailer. Node mailer. Import node mailer from node mailer. And then now create the function. You can follow AI. You can follow AI, or you can just go ahead and type everything. Yeah? Because what we have here is HTML. We got a bit of HTML and then a bit of to type. This one is also documentation. Is online on GitHub. You can go and find it. So what I can do is I can just paste the content here, so to speed up. Right. So I've just pasted this one here. the code here is you can actually find this on GitHub. If you go to GitHub, search for node mailer, you get here as official site. But on GitHub, you can go to um, go to the site here, so you can actually go. We can see the example, all of that. Example how to send all of that. So there's actually, you can find it. There's documentation much, so you don't need to. I don't need to type everything because it's already online. Yeah. So close this one and then back here. You can also see W3 school. W3 school is there, so you can also use. Is also here. Which you can also use. All right. So it's just to explain to you what is happening. Yeah. You can also change this to JS if you don't want to see this error, because there's not nothing much here. You can change it to JavaScript. So you want to see that error again. Okay, so here is just send email. So recipient, which is an email. So the email of the person, the user, and then reset link, which is a string. That's it. So promise, and then with boolean. So because we want to wait for the process to complete. So we do try catch environment variable. So we want to catch now const. We want to take now a host, which is host, which is this one. SMTP. We take SMTP. Close this one. Don't need to save that. Email is here. SMTP, and then we take the port and then user and password. So all of the variables are here. So as SMTP port, user, and then the password. So after that, it's here actually. After that, we check if the email host is nil, email is nil. So you can also specify one by one to check to catch the errors. But in this case, I just wanted to show all of them. So if it's SMT, if host is empty, was nil, or port is nil, or user or password, so we just return error. And then we have, so we can do now create down the transport object using SMTP transport. So you can do const transporter is equal to mailer node mailer dot create transport. So you pass the host, you pass now the pass integer, which is now is equal to the port, and then the 10 digit, and then secure. We pass now SSL if it's SSL, if it's over SSL, and then the auth. We pass now the user, and then we pass the password. That's it for the transport. So we just create now the option, which is now the HTML option. The options can send now the app name from. Can say, for example, from portfolio, from my portfolio app. If the my portfolio app, and then pass the username, a sender address. So to recipient, which is the user, recipient email, which is now the username email, and then password. The subject is equal to password. So this is the rest is the HTML. HTML, we're just going to create our HTML. We give the styles, font, default font, and then the color, the set, and then this is the text we are passing, which is wrap on a paragraph, and the link. So this now we pass our link, and then the style, the reset password. This is going to be the button, which way user will click to go there. You can change the color, all of that. And if here is just a message, if you didn't request this, you can safely ignore this email. Thank you. And then app, you can say, for example, my portfolio app. So that's it. So send email const info is equal to await transport.send email. We pass now our option, and then console.log if the email was sent, return true if the email was sent. So that's it here. If there is a problem here, we will see it. We can also restart the server to see. All right, so this is it. This is it for email, send email. And then for reset password, for the password hashing, we need to create now. You need to go to our util again, util, to create now the password, password hashing .ts. So for password hashing, it's not much. You can actually type it very quick. Import bcrypt from bcrypt. We want to use bcrypt. There's bcrypt and bcrypt.js from bcrypt. So we want to use hash password. Or we can export the function. We pass the string and then just pass the hash the password in the return. We could have used this in the same place there, but we just want to reuse it. It's just a good practice to create a function since you are going to reuse it from the model and then from also reset password. And then compare password, which is just going to take the password string, hash string, and then compare this password. So all of them, they're async. Async. So what you do here is we export the function compare password is equal to async. You take the password. We take the password, which is string, and then hashed password. You can call it hash password. So we take the hashed password here. So we wait. So this one, we're just going to compare the password. So we return true if the password is the same, or false, which if it's not the same. Yeah. So it's the same thing we could do. We could have done true or false. So it's the same thing actually. It's just the short way to do it here. Right. So back here, we need now to import hash password. Yeah, you need to import password here. Oh, hash. It's supposed to be hash, not hashed. To change this to hash password. Yeah, change that to hash password. So try to save it again. Util and then password. Okay, now the error is gone. So now we got the password there. So this is it. Now what we need to do, first of all, you need to test the email. We need to send the email, to send the request to see if you can get the email. But to send that, you can close this one. We can keep it to see if we have error. We need to go to forgot password component here, and then now we can send the email. So what you can do, you can restart. Try to restart the server. Okay, now and go back. Can close this one. Don't need this. Reset password. Or I forgot password. So I need to send the email. If the user does not exist, we will get a message that the user doesn't exist. Okay, that's this is okay now. Let's try with this email. This will get our we'll probably get an error because we don't have this email does not exist in our database. So an error occur. Uh, so we want to know where's that the error coming from. It's 400. So back to here, we want to know exactly where the error is coming from. So we can we can hmm, mail user not found 400. Let's try to return 400. Okay. Now I I really want to know where is the error exactly coming from. So to know that, we need to console.log the error. Console.log, because you can see here, if you don't have this response.data, all of this, we return this. But what about if we can get something else in there? Let's see, and then plus error, we just pass error, so to see what you get there exactly. But we can console.log that to see console.log error, so that you need to see it from the browser. You can reload. You want to reload to see that error. You pass that email and then 400. This action HTTP post is not supported by. Oh, okay. I think that is the problem. We need to change. We need to change. Let's try here. We're passing the URL and then header. Okay, and if you go back to okay, the error here is suggesting that this action HTTP post is not supported by NextAuth.js. I think we need to make sure that where you are sending the request is not matching the forget password, because NextAuth also has a reset password. So you have to make sure that it's not matching that one. So to do that, you can choose to change something. For example, because this is actually actually we need to remove that one. Sorry, it's supposed to remove that. Remove Alt, because if you hit Alt, that's one that means you are hitting this one. You are going in here, so we don't need to go there. We are using our own methods here to reset the password. So we need to remove this one. Make sure to remove that one, and then resend again the request. Okay, the request is there. Okay, now we are getting something else. What is it? Um, expecting code. Let's see. Oh, email.js. We have an issue there. You can see we're having an issue there. Expected comma got dot. Where is it? That's why you need to use TypeScript. TypeScript can help you identify all this problem. Try to go with the TypeScript. So that's why the option using TypeScript is better in development. You can also use AI to clean up, to find typo. Let's use AI to find the typo. Let's find typo. Because since you have much data there, you can use AI to, yes, we can see where was the problem. Looks like great, looks create. Here is a improvement correction. Okay, there was a problem in the line report. Okay, let's copy this one. Let's copy this one. So you can use AI. This can help you to find where's the problem, so that you don't have to waste time there. Okay. Um, I we can reset the server. Let's just go without restarting the server to see what you get. Failed to read source. Oh, you need to reset the server since you changed the name for the file, so you need to reload the server. Sorry, you need to reload the server. All right. So the server is ready. We can just go and try again. All right. So let's try to pass again the email. This email does not exist, so we just want to trigger the error to see how it will happen. So we get the email is required, but you are passing email. Why are you getting email is required? If you see, let's see session user not found. All right, so this is what we're expecting to get, that error, user not found. So now let's go ahead and sign up with a new user, and then we can now trigger error to change the password. Sign up, accept the term, the Ahmed Spear, and then go back. We just want to pass our email here since the password is the same for fake filler, so we're just going to log in. We want to test to log in. All right, the login was okay. Want to log out. All right, so we want to hit back to the login, to the dashboard. So they redirect us back to the login. So now we want to hit the forget password and then pass our email. So we are expecting to get the email from our Mailtrap. This our Mailtrap is here. So we're expecting an email. Last email we got was an hour ago. So I'm expecting a new email. So if you send a request, password the reset email sent. So we want to see here, we are expecting the email here so that you can get the link to reset the password. This is taking a while. Let's see from our server. There's no errors. Email was sent successfully. Email was sent. And so we just have to wait for the email. Maybe reset. But okay, the email is there just a minute ago. The email is there. So what we are expecting now is to get, first of all, we can see that the email is coming from our app. The changes we made there, the email is from there. Is from my portfolio app, and then the idea. So we click on the URL. So we need to set now new email, a new password. Just set try 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and then 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So reset the email. Okay, now we get an error, invalid action. The provided action is not valid. Maybe you may ask why, because we haven't worked on that component. That component we haven't worked on it. So we worked on this was a forgot password, but we have another component for resetting the password, which is here. So we needed to work on this one. All right, let's go and work on this. All right, so this I got handle request password, reset password, handle reset password. There's nothing complicated in here. It's the same thing. I just want to go through what we have here. It's not complicated. So prevent default behavior for form submission. Set error to nil. We can set it to empty because the variable is empty. Error. Message, we have message. You can also set message. Set message to nil, to empty, and then success to false. The success to false. Success, we don't have the success there, but you can set the success here. Const success, and then route, because we need to redirect to login. So you can import route from router from next navigation. So we just check if you have data. Okay, so we just check down here. Down here, we check if we don't have token, we return error. This is what I want to show you first. If you don't have token, we need to return error. So we can check for the token. If there's no token, so we need to return. You can wrap this in a material with the app provider. App provider. This was the region. This was imported automatically. Up here, you'll see it here. App provider, and then we can just pass all of this one. Yeah, just a second. Okay, so invalid error, missing token. So the provided token is not valid. So this is we return back to reset password. That's it. Is it, have we done this one already here? Nope. I think so. I think we've done this. Is it somewhere? Let's have a look. I don't think so. We will find out. We find it out if you have done it already. So if there's no token, we get that error. Else, so we just have our function. Set success to success we pass to nil. Success is in nil. So if we get the first of all, we check the URL, the password. If it's less than 6, we return error. Can return error if it's less than 6 or 8. Okay. After that, set new password if it's not equal to confirm password. So we also return error. The password does not match. And then else we just set is loading to true. So we make a request to now. If you see, we now make a request and then new password. So I want to take you there first so that you can see the folder we created. So forgot password. So instead of forgot password, instead of a request, we need to change that. Just copy this one so that doesn't complicate things. Put forgot password and then new password. So we need to get now. You need to hit now this route. Forgot password so that you can now go here. So new password. Make sure that it matches this one. So new password and then method the post content type. So we pass the body. Here we could have also used the Axios. It doesn't matter. You can use this one. Still okay. So just pass the body token and then new password. So we wait for the data. Once you get the response, we convert that to JSON and then we get the data. So if the response is equal to true, is equal to okay. So set success message, reset successfully, password reset successfully, redirecting to login. And then we just set time out 3 seconds and then push the URL to the login. It pushes new URL path to the login. So we go to the login. Else we show the error message. So custom error message, we can import our custom error message. Just help us to handle things properly. All right. If you want also, you can pass the error message or you just leave it like that. Okay, that's it for resetting your password. Message. If you get message, we can use message here. You can use message if you want to use message. If you want to use, you can use success. Since we don't use, we can use success. Clear this one instead of using. We have a new password, whatever. But here we can actually show if success. So we just show a success message. That's it. What else you have error there? So since we are not using Axio, you can get rid of that. What else? Right, so this is it. For our input field, we already passed this. We are not going through this again. Okay, so save that. Now if you reload, we now need to get we can close this one. Let's close this and then go back to the token. Okay, now we have the token. The token is there. So we want to reset the password. You can just reset this one. Okay, the password reset successfully, and now redirect back to the login. So I don't have that email, so that's the thing. So that means I need to create a new user. All right, create a new user. Get the email, sign up. This will redirect us back to the login. So the login, a login. So need to pass. I need to pass the email. Okay, I can log out. Log out, but I can log in again. I can try to access the dashboard. They redirect me back to the login. and then I say I forgot my password, and then put my email. I pass my email. I wait now for the email to reset my password. So wait for the email here. I'll get the email. So reset password. So I can reset the password. The password was the password reset successfully, and then I put the password again, and then I put my email. So try to log in. So, all right, so everything was correct, set. Congratulations. So now this is it. So the rest you can just work on the dashboard. You can work on the dashboard, all of that. So if you haven't subscribed, please hit the subscribe button and enable the notification. So see you in the next video, where now you can work on the dashboard, all of that. Thank you for watching. My name is Shaban Musomba.